The mutated giant rat Thalor had kicked away, scrambled upright and charged again. He raised his pistol and fired, but the shot went wide. As the beast lunged, he swept his leg horizontally, then stepped cleanly onto its tail the moment it landed. "Say goodbye." 2 shots rang out, and the creature dropped. Without pausing, he flung his backpack behind him. The third rat pounced, knocked off balance by the pack, and slammed into the wall. In the same motion, Thalor drew the Alaska harpoon and drove it deep into the beast's body. He surveyed the 3 corpses and sneered, "If you want to cause me trouble, wait until you're a bit older." Muffled thumps echoed from deeper in the sewer. A hiss rose, and Thalor's breath caught. Another mutated rat emerged, 3 to 5 times the size of the others, standing 2.5 meters tall, its round body supported by a tail that swung like a python. "This isn't a mouse at all," he said. "It looks exactly like a baby elephant. I'm telling you now, I was just joking. There was really no need to make it this big. You probably won't believe me, right?" The tail whipped forward. Thalor ducked. The appendage shattered a chunk of wall where his head had been. He backed away, pistol raised, but the trigger only clicked, empty magazine. The AUG rifle was lost in the waterway, and the beast wouldn't wait for a reload. He discarded the pistols and unslung the Black Hawk compound bow. The creature's bulk had cost it agility. It staggered where the smaller rats had darted. Only the tail remained quick, lashing and coiling after him. After a series of dodges, Thalor knocked a burning arrow and drew. Being huge has its advantages, but... He pulled the string taut. "With such massive size, there's no way to hide in an underground sewer, right? That means my attack is guaranteed to hit." The bowstring sang, the arrow ignited mid-flight and buried itself in the rat's flank. Flame erupted like oil catching spark, engulfing the beast in a roaring fireball. It thrashed, tail lashing wildly. Thalor retreated calmly, knocking a piercing arrow. The string sang again. The arrow punched through the rat's open mouth, traversed its body, and exited the rear. The giant shuddered and crashed down. "You have killed mutated giant rats. Total number, 4. The mysterious voice announced the kill. No loot dropped. No mutated organs. Nothing valuable. Luck couldn't hold forever. Disappointed but not discouraged, Thalor checked the area with his veilward spectacles, confirmed no further threats, and climbed over the corpse to press deeper. Strange that no zombies infested the sewers. Zombies, like cockroaches, infiltrated everything. When the apocalypse arrived, no place was truly safe. Yet here only mutated rats scurried, most small and docile, a few aggressive, the elephant-sized one an outlier. With no zombies and the rats manageable, Thalor found a dry spot and settled in to wait for dawn. 2 hours passed. When the time felt right, he climbed the iron ladder, pried open the manhole cover, and emerged onto the surface. After a night of apocalypse, the city of amnesia wore the mask of normalcy. Zombies had vanished, their existence unknown. The populace lived on, oblivious. As Thalor crossed a pedestrian crossing, people instinctively gave him space. The stench clinging to him was overpowering. Even he wanted nothing more than a shower. "Hey buddy, no place to stay. So you're sleeping in the junkyard?" A voice from the side, edged with sarcasm. "You smell amazing." Thalor glanced over. Aegis, the negotiation expert from the hotel, he ignored him and kept walking. A few steps later his pupils contracted. He spun, sprinted, and caught Aegis by the collar, slamming him against the wall. Hey, Aegis raised his hands. "Didn't mean to mock you. If you're unhappy, I apologize right now." "No." Thalor stared hard into Aegis's eyes. "You know me?" He let out a surprised sound. Aegis waved his hands frantically. I don't know him. "Okay, I asked that wrong," Thalor said. "What I meant was, do you remember me?" "A hotel?" Aegis asked cautiously. Thalor tightened his grip, seizing the man by the collar and hauling him up. Why do you remember?" When Aegis first spoke, Thalor had sensed something off. His tone carried recognition, which was why he'd mocked the stench as a joke. Other passers-by were disgusted, but most kept their distance, a normal reaction. Now that the hotel had been mentioned, Thalor's guess was confirmed. Aegis remembered him, and that was the problem. More than 24 hours had passed since the robbery. Humans in the city of amnesia could only retain 24 hours of memory. Aegis was a negotiation expert, which made him a native, not someone who'd gotten off the death train. So why did this man remember Thalor? Why did he have memories from yesterday? Aegis coughed, tugged at the collar choking him. His face flushed. Could you let me go first? Thaler released him. Make your point. Aegis studied him strangely. You have memories too? Of course Thaler did, he wasn't from the city of amnesia. But the man's words confirmed his suspicion again. Aegis held yesterday's memory and knew others would lose theirs. Here's a suggestion, Thaler said. Tell me everything you know while I'm still willing to speak gently. Otherwise, I'll resort to more violent methods. Don't worry. I'm also happy to communicate with my own kind. We seem to be on the same wavelength. Aegis raised his hands in surrender, then pointed ahead. My place is just up the street. Why don't we go there? You're in a rather bad state. My dog, which hasn't had a bath in 3 years, smells better than you. Thalor considered a moment, then waved him on. Lead the way, and don't try anything funny. Aegis shrugged, and led him to a cheap, old-fashioned apartment building on the corner. Wooden floors and stairs creaked underfoot. Aside from a retro feel, the place only proved Aegis was a complete pauper. Inside, Aegis gestured. First room on the left is the bathroom. Turn the switch right for hot, left for cold. Use the shower gel as you like, but don't touch my towel. I'll get you a new one. You smell really bad, and I don't want my towel wasted. Thaler glanced at him, uneasy, but his own odor was indeed nearly unbearable. He nodded and went in. 15 minutes later, Aegis entered carrying clothes and a towel. He glanced at Thaler showering the bow and arrows at his feet. You even bring weapons to bathe. Thaler snatched up a bow in one hand, the towel in the other. Even in bed with a woman, I carry a weapon. It helps you live longer. Aegis shrugged, watched him dress, and when they returned to the living room said, Sorry, I don't have any food. I think we can get down to business, Thaler said. Okay, let me confirm first, Aegis said. You're like me. Your memories don't disappear after 24 hours, right? Thaler couldn't be bothered to explain the death train. He simply nodded. That's great, Aegis exclaimed. I'm just like you. I thought I was the only one in this city. Didn't expect there'd be others. What I want to know is why you're different from everyone else. How would I know? Aegis said. That's what I've been wondering too. Maybe you also escaped from that place. Where? Aegis shrugged. I don't know. Thaler looked speechless, drew his pistol. I think a more violent method might teach you something. Aegis scrambled behind the sofa. Hey, we're civilized people, let's talk. Besides, what I said is the truth. Thaler pressed a hand to his forehead. Fine, let me ask differently. When did you realize you were different? From the very beginning? Born? No. Aegis tapped his head. I remember what I did yesterday and the day before. I'm different, but my memory has problems too. Continue. I remember waking up in a room, running. People chased me, tried to take me back. I hid in a garbage dump to escape. And then? Aegis shrugged. I can't remember my own name, so I took one and wandered the city. I found everyone here strange. They never remember what they did the day before. I survived like most people, except I can remember. Thaler pondered. Do you remember the people who captured you, the place where you woke up? That's what I want to ask you. Aegis tapped his temple. My memories start there. Nothing before, but you, like me, don't lose yesterday, so you must have run from that place too, right? I. Thaler paused, unsure how to explain. I've lost my memory too. When I woke up, I was in a small alley in this city. I see. Aegis looked disappointed, then softened. Not remembering isn't necessarily bad. I remember those people chasing me, dogs, guns, vicious. That place probably wasn't good, and the memory isn't either. If you forget it, you forget it. Even so, don't you want the truth? Aegis turned earnest. I need something else more than truth right now. What? Aegis's serious expression vanished, replaced by a sly grin. He rubbed his fingers together. Dude, can you lend me some money? I'm out of rent. A loud banging rattled the door, followed by a woman's shout. Aegis, you bastard! I know you're in there. I saw you go in, 3 months behind on rent. Thaler glanced at his companion. You've got a pretty good plan, Aegis chuckled dryly. Absolutely a coincidence. Absolutely. Thaler snorted, unconvinced the invitation had been unintentional. Still, Aegis had memories. As long as they could extract the information, nothing else mattered. He crossed the room and opened the door. A fierce-looking woman filled the frame. How much does he owe you? Thaler asked. He took the backpack from Aegis and pulled out a wad of cash. Not much from theft, but the fox hunt prize money was substantial, enough to cover the rent. After the landlady counted the bills and left, Thaler turned back. What you need most right now isn't money, is it? Aegis forced a smile. Don't worry, I'll pay it back, definitely. Money isn't important, let's talk about where you escaped from. We need to find that place. Wait a minute, Aegis cut in quickly. I'm glad to find someone like me in this city, means I have companions, but that's all. What do you mean? I'd be happy if you told me what happened, but I haven't thought about going back there. Why, since you want to know what happened, you're curious, right? Aegis nodded. Yes, but there were many people chasing me back then, dogs and guns. Why did they chase me? Don't you think I could have been imprisoned by those people? Based on what you've told me, the probability is very high. If that's the case, why should I go back? I finally escaped. Why would I run back and let them catch me? I don't care why they imprisoned me. I'm doing just fine now anyway. So fine you can't even afford the rent? Aegis went silent for a moment, then shook his head. Anyway, I don't plan to go looking for that place. But I plan to go, and you don't seem to have any right to refuse me. Thaler drew his gun and leveled it at the other man. Aegis chuckled dryly. Can we talk without guns? Sure. Thaler suddenly raised his fist and brought it down on the wooden coffee table, splintering a corner. If you like using your fists, I can grant your wish. Aegis winced. Why are you making trouble for yourself? That's my business, you just need to know that you can only help. Okay, I'll do it since you're paying my rent, Aegis said. But the problem is I don't know where that place is. Thaler checked the time. I actually have a disease. A very serious one. In about 10 minutes I'll lose control of my right hand and may do something I can't be sure of. Okay, Aegis said. I think so now. He paced the living room. Time passed. After nearly 10 minutes Thaler released a safety on his pistol. Wait a minute, I've got it. Aegis pulled a folder from a drawer and set it on the table. This is a request. What does this have to do with what I want to know? Listen first. Duke Clark's youngest daughter has been kidnapped. He needs a negotiation expert, willing to pay a high price to bring her back. Is this Duke not quite right in the head? Why? Would a normal person hire a negotiation expert like you? Aegis rolled his eyes. Okay, this commission isn't for me specifically. It's for all negotiation experts in the city. Whoever brings his daughter back safely gets 5 million, regardless of whether the kidnappers are killed. He'll give the entire ransom as a reward. It's the same question. What does it have to do with me? I don't really remember where that place was, but I remember passing through a large courtyard when I was running. There was a small maze decorated with shrub walls. Coincidentally, Duke Clark has a large castle. So you suspect him? Aegis smiled wryly. I have no doubt about him at all, but I can't think of any other clues, Thaler considered. You're not trying to trick me into helping you make money, are you? No, absolutely not. How could I dare lie to you? Thaler remained silent. He felt Aegis might be the key to solving the mystery of his amnesia, and he had no other breakthroughs. He made up his mind. Then let's go take a look. But don't blame me for not warning you. If we come up empty-handed, you're in trouble. Aegis shuddered, feeling like he'd let a wolf into his house. This guy had taken down 6 ruthless bandits. Didn't that mean he was even more dangerous? Thaler gathered his things. Let's go. What are you still standing there for? Aegis hurried after him. Back on the street, Thaler asked, what now? Go to that Duke's castle? Aegis chuckled dryly. No use, they won't let us in, besides it's pointless. We need to find the robbers. Duke Clark doesn't care about the process, the key is bringing his daughter back. Since that Duke isn't short of money, why not just pay him directly? I've heard a little about this. Duke Clark is a powerful figure in this city, rich with ruthless thugs under his command. He didn't believe anyone would dare kidnap his daughter at first, was very arrogant when the kidnappers called. And then, the next day he received a slap on the ear from his youngest daughter. Thaler frowned. So now it's not just a kidnapping issue anymore, is it? Aegis nodded. After the ear was sent, the kidnappers disappeared. Duke Clark worried his daughter had been killed, but if they really intended to fight to the death, they would have sent a body instead of an ear. Thaler's eyes narrowed. So the current problem is that before we can negotiate or rescue them, we need to find the kidnappers. The problem, Thaler said, is where we find the kidnappers. Aegis shrugged. How would I know? Every negotiation expert in the city is already looking. He paused, then added with forced cheer. But don't worry, I know people. They'll tell me the moment they hear anything. Thaler glanced at him. Where does that confidence come from? Hey, I'll admit I'm not doing great, but I'm telling the truth. Aegis spread his hands. I owe them money, Thaler stared. Had he misheard? You owe them money and they still feed you intelligence? Think about it, Aegis said. I need to earn money to pay them back, so of course they'll give me intelligence, all of it free. Thalor shook his head. First time I've heard someone frame something so shameless, so blatantly. At least we'll have intelligence, right? No, it's useless, Thalor considered. First, if they can give you intelligence, they can give it to others. Second, if they actually had actionable intelligence, the other negotiators would have moved already. Which means your contacts don't have it either, and you've missed the most important point. Which is, bringing the girl back costs 5 million. Killing the kidnappers and bringing her back costs tens of millions. Compared to what you owe them, that's an astronomical figure. Do you really think they'd hand over that kind of value for pocket change? Aegis fell silent. So what do you suggest? Thalor thought a moment. If we don't have intelligence, we manufacture it. Use your pitiful connections. Spread the word that we found the girl. Aegis blinked. You want to scam Duke Clark? Thalor rolled his eyes. I told you before, if those kidnappers wanted to kill the Duke's daughter, or had already killed her, they'd have sent a corpse, not an ear. Aegis nodded. Right, so they're intimidating him, but they still want the ransom. Understanding dawned. If they want the money, they can't kill her before they're paid, so if someone claims to have rescued her, of course they have to prove she's still in their hands, Thalor finished, so they can keep extorting. Good idea. Aegis snapped his fingers, then frowned. What if the Duke asks questions? If the kidnappers contact him again and prove she's still alive, he might take his anger out on us. Are you stupid? Spread it anonymously? Aegis paused. Right, I'll have it done before tonight. The whole city will know by morning. Then go. I have business to attend to. I'll be back by evening. They parted. Thalor headed for the pier. Destroying the zombie pathogen site was a victory, but only one of 3 missions. His goal was to complete all of them, otherwise he could return to the death train now. The second mission. Kill Dr. T and obtain the ZX mutant virus cell bottle. He had no leads, no idea who Dr. T was, or where the bottle might be. The third. Uncover the hidden truth of the City of Amnesia. There were clues. The 24-hour memory cycle and the zombie's nocturnal appearance were the 2 critical threads. He suspected the memory issue centered on Aegis. That was why he'd returned to the dock, to investigate why zombies only appeared at night. He'd puzzled over it. The only explanation he could conjure was that the zombies were imprisoned somewhere and released at night. But that raised its own problem. How do you round them up again by day? Yesterday's discovery changed things. The pathogen sites obviously attracted zombies, so the mechanism could be simple. At night, place pathogen sites outside to draw the zombies out. During the day, move the sites back to the holding area, and the zombies follow. Details needed verification: how to move a site while zombies swarmed it, and why anyone would bother. But it was a direction. Then there was Fenwick. He didn't believe she'd take no action after receiving the same intelligence. Yet she hadn't appeared last night. If she'd given up, or if she wasn't stupid, she should have realized his abilities made him the better bet to destroy the pathogen site once they shared the information. She shouldn't have told him. The Fox Hunt race deal shouldn't have been made with him either. What is this woman thinking? He murmured the question as the taxi pulled up near the dock. Main entrance access was still restricted, so he used his usual workaround. He stopped short. The dock was deserted, no workers unloading cargo. That wasn't surprising. The place was practically abandoned. But there were no zombie corpses. Yesterday, he'd destroyed at least 200 or 300 pathogen sites. Those weren't easy to clean up, even with a mobilization of labor. What about the bloodstains? There was no blood. Nothing at all. Thalor frowned. She didn't believe zombie corpses could vanish into thin air, nor that bloodstains could do the same, and she found evidence quickly enough. The marks of battle remained. Collapsed containers, metal blackened by crimson flame exploding bombs, others riddled with bullet holes. Such traces couldn't be easily erased. She propped her chin on her hand. Only a few hours since dawn, how could they have moved the bodies and wiped the blood in so short a time? She scanned the dock. Only one possibility. The hiding place is nearby. They didn't need to move them far. A strange scent pricked her nose. Her eyes sharpened. She drew her Alaska harpoon, pried open a shipping container, and revealed a pile of zombie corpses. She sneered. The deodorant's too strong. A zombie carries a faint stench. Blown apart, the blood amplifies it. Without deodorizer, you'd smell it the moment you stepped onto the dock. The masking agent lingered, though, chemical and sharp beneath the rot. She stared at the stacked bodies. Someone really did it. Regret stirred. She should have staked out the dock yesterday instead of hiding in the sewers, might have caught the cleaners, uncovered the truth. She wandered the pier a while longer, then left, returning to Aegis's place. No clear leads at the docks. Aegis was a starting point. She'd watch him for now. Not long after, Aegis burst in, grinning. "Give me an hour, and the whole city will know the Duke's daughter has been rescued." The whole city? What method? Guess, she considered. Evening news. You actually got it. Evening news broadcasts in an hour reaches the whole city. What else? Newspapers need printing, they can't hit stands that fast. You're a detective? No. Just a clerk at a company. It was true. Before the apocalypse, she'd barely graduated university, a low-level clerk. Her abilities had nothing to do with that life, they were forged entirely in the years after. Aegis proved reliable. An hour later, the evening news announced the Duke's daughter rescued, no mention of who'd done it. Thaler was satisfied. If nothing went wrong, the kidnappers would have to surface, prove the report false, keep the pressure on the Duke. Now we wait for them to show. That's our chance to find them. Then nothing to do tonight, sleep. Nights in this godforsaken place are never peaceful. A thought struck her. Since you haven't lost your memory, you know what happens every night, right? I know. Aegis's face darkened. A group shows up, dangerous. I went out once. They attacked without warning, haven't left after dark since. She nodded. He didn't know they were zombies, unless severely injured and still moving. A typical zombie only had grayish-white skin and a slight limp, hardly distinguishable from human in the dark. She didn't intend to explain. Then let's sleep. She lay on the sofa, gun in hand. You don't need to be that wary of me, do you? Aegis asked. This isn't for you. It's for everyone who wants me dead. She said nothing more. The night passed in silence. Urgent knocking shattered the morning. Thaler had the gun trained on the door before she was fully awake. Aegis emerged from the bathroom, toothbrush dangling from his mouth. Relax. Probably just the milk delivery. He opened the door. A boot caught him square in the chest, sending him crashing back. Several men in suits strode in, tossing an Aegis business card onto the floor. Negotiation expert Aegis? Aegis clutched his sternum, wheezing. I'm Aegis, who are you? A suit-wearing man stepped forward. Duke Clark's men. Where is the Duke's daughter? Aegis glanced at Thaler, bewildered. I don't know. You contacted Marshall at the TV station, had him broadcast the rescue on the evening news, right? Aegis went mute. It was his doing, but he had no Duke's daughter. Let me explain. You've made a mistake. Should I bring Marshall to confront you? The man seized Aegis's collar, hauling him up. The Duke said, return his daughter. The reward's yours, refuse, and don't blame us for being impolite. Aegis stared, stunned, a lie. A ruse to flush the kidnappers. Now the Duke's men stood in his doorway demanding a daughter he didn't have. Where would he find one? The man's patience snapped. He threw back his jacket, drew a pistol, leveled it at Aegis. I'll say it once more. Thaler moved. She grabbed the sofa's bottom edge and heaved, flipping the heavy piece into the men. Gunfire erupted. She drew her own weapon, firing through the overturned sofa as she backed away, snatching her backpack and weapons from the corner. Run! She shouted at Aegis. Thaler went to the window and threw it open. Aegis scrambled up behind him. Hey, this is the third floor. The suited men were already pushing aside the sofa, rising to their feet. Thaler didn't hesitate. He shoved the cabinet over, grabbed Aegis by the collar, and hurled him through the opening, then launched himself after. They crashed through the awning below, tearing 2 gaping holes in the fabric. It cushioned the fall enough to keep bones intact, though every muscle and joint screamed in protest. Move. Thaler was on his feet first, hauling Aegis up. Now, they hadn't gone 20 meters when a suited man stepped into their path and opened fire. Thaler's assault rifle was still in the sewers. He had only 2 pistols. He returned fire one-handed while yanking Aegis backward. A car, Thaler shouted. We need a car. Aegis took off, hands over his head. Where am I supposed to get a car? Steal one. Aegis spotted a sedan at the curb. The driver was climbing in when the gunshot sent him diving behind the hood. Aegis didn't pause. He kicked the man aside, snatched the keys and swung the car around to Thaler. Thalor laid down cover fire as he slid into the passenger seat. Drive, now. Aegis floored it. The gunman turned, climbed into his own vehicle, and gave chase. Faster, Thalor said. This piece of junk is maxed out, Aegis replied. Then we hit them. Thalor seized the wheel and wrenched it hard. The car slewed sideways, slamming into the pursuer and shoving it up onto the pedestrian walkway straight into a wall. Brother, is that really necessary? Aegis glanced at the rear view. There's still one more. Thalor rolled down the window, retrieved the Black Hawk compound bow from the floor, and leaned half his body out. He drew, nocked an explosive arrow, sighted in a breath, and released. The arrow streaked through the night, struck beneath the chasing car, and a deafening roar split the air as a fireball erupted, flipping the vehicle end over end. Thalor climbed back inside. We're clear for the moment. Aegis's face was grey. Only temporary. Duke Clark has money and connections. If you cross him, you'll regret it. So, wasn't I telling you to post the message anonymously? It was anonymous. My name wasn't in yesterday's news. Then how did they find us? How did you stay anonymous? I told the TV station people helping me to keep my name off the air. Thalor pressed his palms over his face, then smacked the back of Aegis's head. Are you an idiot? When I said anonymous, I meant don't let anyone know. You went to a TV station. If the Duke saw the news, wouldn't he go straight there to ask? As for whether they could extract the information, money, men, guns, it would be stranger if they couldn't. True, you shouldn't fear God-like enemies, but you should fear pig-like teammates. So what now? Aegis asked. No turning back. We have to find the Duke's daughter. I think we could explain. If they beat you half to death and you still insist it's a misunderstanding, they might believe you, but whether they'd take their anger out on you is another story. Aegis straightened instantly. Finding the Duke's daughter is a good choice. Since we caused trouble, we should take responsibility. The problem is how. We need clues. How about hiding for a few days? Didn't you say once the news breaks, the kidnappers will get nervous? As long as they surface, we're cleared? Do you have a place to hide? Aegis thought. Yeah, that place might be safe. Perhaps? At least the safest I can think of. Then let's go. Aegis drove straight to a coffee shop but bypassed the front entrance, pulling around to the back door and pounding on it. Who is it? A long pause, an impatient voice. So noisy. The door opened to reveal a heavy-set man, yawning, his mouth freezing mid-stretch. Mick, you have to help me, I'm in trouble. Mick's gaze flicked between them. Course I know you're in trouble, big trouble, come on in. Behind the shop lay a warehouse. Mick led them inside. Aegis, we've known each other a long time, but this is the first I've heard you had the guts to kidnap Duke Clark's daughter. I kidnapped her. Aegis blinked. You're kidding, I didn't do it. This morning's news says you did. Kidnapped her, pretended to rescue her, then tried to scam the Duke. Aegis stared. Where'd you get that? Everyone's saying it. Duke Clark's also put out word. Whoever brings you to him gets 500,000. Look, I grabbed a copy of the info. Mick handed over an envelope. Inside were several photos of Aegis, clearly meant for identification. My God. Aegis clutched his head. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The Duke must have seen the news, thought I was the kidnapper, and is using this to flush me out. Anyway, you're done. The whole city's hunting you, even if we're not sure you're the kidnapper, and can't find the daughter, turning you in still nets 500,000. At that moment, Thalor pulled the last photo from the envelope. Who's this? Mick glanced. Oh, that's the Duke's daughter. The photo showed a girl, hands and feet bound, a towel stuffed in her mouth. A dark shadow loomed behind her, obscuring everything. The lighting had clearly been manipulated during the shoot to hide any flaws, Thalor asked. Why are there photos of the Duke's daughter? Mick said this is the original photograph sent to Duke Clark, probably to prove his daughter was still alive. Why it was put in the envelope with him, I don't know. Thalor nodded, pocketed the photo and told Aegis, let's go. Aegis paused. Go? Where? We have to hide here. Believe me, we have to leave. I'm not going anywhere. Yes, you can't. Mick suddenly drew his gun and leveled it at Aegis's head. Not until I notify the Duke's men. Aegis glared. Mick, I thought we were friends. We were until the Duke offered the bounty. Just for that 500,000. Just for that 500,000. Mick gritted his teeth. Aegis, you're a good for nothing. Remember when you were starving? I gave you the jobs that were almost done. What have you done for me? Time to prove your worth. Thaler looked at Aegis. This is the safe place you mentioned. I meant maybe it's safe. Stop talking nonsense. Step back and sit over there. I'll watch you until the Duke's men arrive. They retreated helplessly. After 3 or 4 meters, Mick seemed to decide the distance was safe and pulled out his phone. But Thalor moved. He closed the gap like a hunting leopard. 3 or 4 meters with a gun in hand should have been safe for Mick. Unfortunately, Thalor's physical abilities couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Almost instantly, he was in front of Mick. Mick started to pull the trigger, but Thalor seized his wrist and forced it upward. The gun fired, muzzle pointing at the ceiling. Thalor slammed Mick's wrist against the crate on the right. The pistol clattered to the floor. He kicked it away. Mick swung a fist into Thalor's face, staggering him. Thalor licked cracked lips, tilted his head and laughed. Your punches don't seem heavy enough. He drove a hard kick into Mick's lower abdomen. Mick curled like a shrimp and dropped to his knees. Thalor drew a gun from his waistband, aimed at Mick's head. Now you don't have a gun, but I do. Wait, Aegis hesitated, grabbing Thalor's arm. Let him go. In this world you can only trust yourself. Let him off once, he'll betray you again. No matter what, he's taken good care of me. Fine. Since he betrayed you, you decide. But to avoid further trouble, go find a rope. Aegis nodded, rummaged through the warehouse, found rope, tied Mick up, and stuffed a rag into his mouth. Thalor waved. Let's go. I might know where the Duchess's daughter is. Really? Come with me first? They left quickly. Back in the car, Thalor handed the photo to Aegis. Look closely at the girl's back. It's pitch black, bottom right corner. Something there. Aegis squinted. Looks like a handcart with a few boxes. The handcart, the boxes where the Duke's daughter was held. Most likely a warehouse. Please, do you know how many warehouses this city has? Look closer. Another outline under the trolley. Doesn't it look like a glove? It does, but isn't it normal to wear gloves when moving things? First, the warehouse is filled with items, meaning it's in normal use. Second, the kidnappers need to hold the Duke's daughter, so this warehouse definitely isn't frequently used. Third, this box isn't cardboard, it has vertical lines, so it's a wooden crate made of planks. Aegis scratched his head. So? It's used, but people don't often go in and out. Wooden crates for protection. Gloves required for handling. What comes to mind? Simple. A warehouse for storing valuables. Valuables aren't moved frequently, so cardboard is out. They need impact protection, straw or foam inside, and gloves are mandatory when handling them. So this could be a wealthy person's private warehouse, or an exhibition hall warehouse, Aegis thought. The former's more likely, though there is an exhibition hall in this city. What's on display? Mainly dinosaur bones, ancient fossils. My deduction isn't certain, but it's a possibility. Let's check. Aegis nodded. Turn around ahead. The exhibition hall's on Central 2nd Street, not far. Following directions, Thalor found it quickly. The hall was deserted. The city of Amnesia was a chaotic metropolis, who had leisure for exhibitions. In fact, it was closed. Prying the door open revealed a thick layer of dust, abandoned for a long time. Aegis waved a hand at the musty odor. No one's been in or out for ages. Wrong place, Thalor laughed. With no one coming or going, isn't that perfect for hiding people? That makes sense, but kidnappers would have left footprints. The dust is too thick. Thalor drew his gun. Maybe they came in another route. Since we're here, we should at least look. He walked deeper into the exhibition hall. The exhibition hall stretched wide beneath vaulted ceilings, its floor crowded with dinosaur skeletons posed in eternal combat. Thalor walked between the fossilized ribs of a brachiosaur, wondering how much of what he saw was real bone and how much was plaster reconstruction. Aegis followed a half step behind, voice low as he pointed out a triceratops skull. Thalor stopped abruptly, hand rising to silence his companion. Aegis frowned. What's wrong? There's a sound. His friend listened, head cocked, then shook his head. I don't hear anything. Thalor didn't argue. It was normal that Aegis hadn't caught it. Since the enhancement, the changes hadn't been limited to strength and stamina. His senses had sharpened across the board. He could pick out a whisper across a crowded room, distinguish individual footsteps on pavement, smell the copper tang of blood from 20 paces. Not canine, but several times keener than any baseline human. Beneath the ambient hum of climate control and distant footsteps, he heard it. A faint, rhythmic knocking, like something striking stone. He followed the sound past a stegosaurus mount and into a shadowed alcove. There, half hidden behind a display case, sat a stone coffin, roughly 2.5 meters long. its lid mottled with age and mineral staining. "A coffin," Thalor murmured. Aegis stepped up beside him. "What is this doing here?" "How would I know? I'm not an archaeologist." He reached for the lid. The moment his fingers brushed the cold stone, it shifted, tilting forward on worn hinges with the inevitability of a falling tree. "Get back!" Thalor shoved Aegis aside. The heavy cover slammed into the floor, shaking dust from the display cases. Thalor looked up, his pupils contracted. A figure filled the coffin. No, not a figure, a zombie. But unlike the shambling grey-white corpses he'd seen before, this one's skin gleamed with the polished luster of stainless steel. 2 massive silver scimitars hung at its hips. "Steel guard," Thalor said, throat tight. "Silver 1-star mutated zombie. Body hard as steel, and enough combat intelligence to use it." He licked dry lips. Something really troublesome has come out. The creature's eyes snapped open, scarlet, burning. It rose in a single fluid motion, clearing the coffin's rim, and brought a scimitar down at Aegis without hesitation. Aegis scrambled backward, boots slipping on polished concrete. The blade bit into the floor behind him, carving a trench several centimeters deep. "Good sir, let's talk this out." "No need for knives and guns," Aegis babbled. The steel guard didn't pause, it stepped forward, raising the second blade. The scimitar whistled toward Aegis's skull, then a sharp thwip cut the air. An arrow buried itself in the zombie's shoulder. The flesh around the wound turned dark green instantly. Venom arrow, keyed to undead physiology. Against a human, it would have been a simple puncture. Against the dead, the toxin triggered rapid necrosis. The shoulder rotted before their eyes, a slab of putrid flesh sloughing away. The steel guard didn't scream. It didn't hesitate. With its remaining arm, it drove its own scimitar through the decaying joint, severing the limb cleanly, then abandoned Aegis and charged Thalor. That was the difference. Ordinary zombies swarmed mindlessly. Steel guards assessed. Amputating the compromised limb was the optimal tactical choice. Thalor didn't rush. He nocked a second venom arrow, drew, released. The monster tracked the projectile. Its remaining blade rose and knocked the arrow from the air. Then it leaned forward, more gaping, and roared. A spiral of compressed air erupted from its throat, a visible cone of force that shattered the Tyrannosaurus skeleton behind Thalor. Massive fossilized bones exploded into fragments, scattering like shrapnel. Thalor threw himself sideways, rolling to his feet at a safer distance. The steel guard didn't relent. It closed the gap in 3 bounding strides, scimitar raised for a killing blow. Thalor's feet moved quick, shuffling steps from the comprehensive combat mastery forms. He read the arc of the blade, launched himself right at the last instant, and drove a hook punch into the creature's ribs. The rib cage was a structural weak point in human anatomy, minimal muscle coverage, direct access to vital organs. Against the undead, anatomy mattered less, but the targeting had become instinct. His knuckles connected with a sound like a hammer striking an anvil. Clang. Pain shot through Thalor's finger bones, sharp and white. The steel guard didn't so much as stagger. Right. Steel body. The mutation hardens tissue to metal density. High defense, low speed, the standard trade-off. He was already moving, sidestepping the returning backswing. A metallic crash rang out behind the zombie. Aegis, pale, wide-eyed, driven by some desperate courage, had seized a metal trash can and slammed it into the creature's back. The can crumpled like foil. The steel guard didn't even flinch. It whipped around, scarlet eyes locking onto Aegis. Aegis gasped and forced a smile. "Boss, I didn't mean to," Thalor shouted from behind. "Get away from him, let me handle this." He sprinted toward the steel guard, sweeping his leg low to kick the zombie and draw its attention. A roar erupted. The steel guard unleashed another ability, the sound instantly disrupting the surrounding airflow into a swirling current that rushed forward. Thalor dodged to the side, then leaped backward several times to create distance. The steel guard was a difficult, low-level mutated zombie. Normally, zombies could only be stopped by headshots or neck snaps. Attacking other body parts was ineffective unless the corpse was completely destroyed. Now the steel guard was essentially a lump of iron, its body not easily damaged. Its head and neck had also been metallized, making a single lethal strike extremely difficult. Yet Thalor showed no worry. At times like this, he was grateful for his rebirth. Everything from his previous life would be his most precious treasure now. With a series of backward leaps and quick shuffling steps, he moved with the agility of an eel, darting left and right, constantly dodging the scimitar. At the same time, he took out the Crimson Flame exploding bomb, extracted a crystal bar and held it upside down in his palm. Even that wouldn't kill the Steel Guard, he believed. Its defenses were simply too high. Considering only defense, the Steel Guard was definitely a gold-tier mutated zombie, though its final rank was only Silver 1 star. Apart from defense, it wasn't particularly outstanding in other aspects. Therefore, there was only one chance. Suddenly the blade flashed. The Steel Guard raised the silver scimitar and slashed downward. Thaler nimbly dodged, and the blade struck the ground, splitting the marble floor with a single blow. His pupils dilated. He immediately attacked, kicking the Steel Guard's wrist hard and sending the weapon flying. This was what he wanted. The Steel Guard had previously lost an arm in its silver scimitar. Now Thaler had kicked it away again, leaving the zombie unarmed. Once unarmed, it had only one way to attack. The Steel Guard unleashed spiral airflow. A roar tore from its throat. Sure enough, the next instant it opened its blood-red maw and roared while the surrounding airflow slowly stirred. The opportunity was right there. Thaler flung his hand out. The crystal bar flew through the air and landed in the Steel Guard's mouth. He immediately turned and ran, shouting at Aegis, "Run!" The two fled quickly, the bomb's blast radius quite large. A deafening boom shattered the air. The Steel Guard's body exploded into a huge ball of fire, blasted into pieces. A massive shockwave swept forward, lifting both of them into the air before slamming them hard to the ground. This was the Steel Guard's weakness. Although its skin was as tough as steel, its internal structure was still human. Detonated from the inside, it could be blown apart. You killed a Steel Guard. Total kills, 1. Apocalypse reward, a silver scimitar. A mysterious voice sounded. Ignoring the pain, Thaler immediately got up. The moment he had seen the enemy, he had been eyeing its 2 silver scimitars. He already had a melee weapon, the Alaska Harpoon. Its life-stealing healing effect was vital, helping neutralize the zombie virus when injured, his most important weapon at present. However, it had drawbacks. It was too short. Not counting the handle, the blade was only about the length of a palm. This was no longer just hand-to-hand combat, but close-quarters fighting. Although every inch shorter meant more danger, that applied to him as well. The Steel Guard's silver scimitar was quite nice, and he liked it a lot. However, it was just a regular silver scimitar, unlike the Alaska Harpoon with its special attributes. Secondly, although the zombie had dual-wielded, Thaler only received one, a bit of a pity. He picked it up and said to Aegis, "Let's go." Aegis got up, glanced at the shattered corpse with lingering fear, and asked, "What kind of monster is this?" While he may not be the smartest, he still had normal intelligence. If he didn't realize the Steel Guard wasn't human after fighting it this long, he'd be an idiot. It's hard to explain in a few words. Thaler thought for a moment. Is it already evening? Evening? Aegis glanced at his watch. It's only a little past 2 in the afternoon. Thaler nodded, then frowned. They had gotten up early and been chased, fleeing in all directions until reaching the exhibition hall. Although it took time, it wasn't dark yet. But weren't zombies only a nighttime occurrence in the city of amnesia? This mutated zombie was a zombie too. Why did the Steel Guard appear during the day? This exhibition hall was weird. The thought flashed through his mind. "Be careful," he said to Aegis. "Stay behind me. Don't touch anything, don't speak loudly, and keep your footsteps quiet." Aegis smiled wryly. "I think we should run. There are monsters in this place. There are Duke Clark's men outside. Do you think it's better to be killed by them or by monsters?" Aegis burst into tears. "Is there really no way out?" "Anyway, I plan to keep going in. You decide for yourself." After he finished speaking, Aegis watched him continue walking forward. Gritting his teeth, he quickly followed. Since both paths led to dead ends, at least following Thaler would be slightly safer. After passing through the exhibition hall without encountering more zombies, Thaler began to wonder if the Steel Guard's appearance had simply been a coincidence. "If there really are kidnappers, they certainly won't be inside the exhibition hall. We need to find the warehouse where the exhibits are stored," Aegis asked. "What if all the items are on display?" "At most, it just means there's nothing in the warehouse. It doesn't mean there's no warehouse." Aegis nodded. A hall this size had to have a warehouse somewhere. She clapped her hands. "We've been looking in the wrong place, haven't we?" Thaler frowned. She explained. "Think about it. You can't move exhibits in and out directly through the main hall. The warehouse wouldn't be connected to it," he considered. "When I came in, I saw a few buildings out back. Probably there." Thaler found the logic sound. Let's go around. They left the hall and circled toward the rear. A sign appeared. No entry for non-staff members. Aegis brightened. This has to be it. Thaler led the way. The door wasn't locked. It swung open at his touch. The smell hit them instantly, thick, metallic, unmistakable. Even Aegis caught it. Thaler tensed, shifting into combat readiness, and raised a hand for her to follow carefully. The warehouse was sparsely filled. Scattered wooden crates, a few trolleys, likely storage for exhibits before maintenance, long forgotten after the hall was abandoned. Aegis whispered, "This matches the photos, the crates, the trolleys, the dim light, it's all there." Thaler nodded, pulling the veilwood spectacles from his pack and settling them over his eyes. No red shadows appeared on the lenses. He wondered if anyone was here at all. Then Aegis let out a sharp cry, clamping her mouth shut a second later. Thaler hissed, "What are you yelling about?" "I think I stepped on something." He stepped back, joined her, and shone his phone light toward the floor. A corpse. Large patches of dried blood. Aegis nearly collapsed. Thaler crouched, illuminating the body. A burly man, muscles thick beneath a simple vest. A pistol tucked in his waistband, a submachine gun beside him. He'd been bitten to death, claw marks raked his torso, half his throat torn away in ragged, bloody wounds. Thaler murmured, considering zombies, then shook his head. "If a zombie bit you, you turned though, with a throat destroyed like that. Maybe the victim couldn't turn at all. The neck and head were a zombie's weakness, perhaps destroying the neck prevented zombification." Aegis raised a trembling hand, pointing deeper into the warehouse. There are more." Thaler swept his light forward. 3 more bodies, not far off. All men armed, fierce-faced, killed the same way, bitten to death. The first man's missing throat explained why he hadn't turned, but the other 3 had intact necks and heads. If zombies killed them, they should have been infected unless they died again after turning. Thaler examined them closely. No lethal head or neck wounds, only minor scratches. They couldn't have turned and then been killed. "So it's a person," he said quietly. Aegis trembled. "We should run. I feel wrong about this." "Have you considered these 4 might be the kidnappers?" she gasped. 4 armed men in an abandoned warehouse behind an exhibition hall fits the profile. Most importantly, you said they planned to extort Duke Clark and sent him his daughter's ear. Aegis nodded. After the ear was delivered, they vanished. Never contacted the Duke again. She nodded again, sending only the ear, not the body, showed they hadn't given up on the blackmail. If that was true, why cut contact? Why disappear? The answer's obvious. Aegis slurred. It's not that they won't make contact. They can't, because they're all dead. Thaler nodded. Yes. A muffled bang echoed through the warehouse. The door had slammed shut on its own. Aegis crumpled to the floor. Yes, she stammered. "There's a ghost!" Thaler cursed silently, scanning constantly. A red shadow had appeared in the spectacles, incredibly fast, airborne, circling them. He moved but couldn't match its speed. Suddenly it stopped circling and dove straight at him. He shouted, "Activate night vision!" The lenses shifted to a luminous green, the warehouse interior sharpening into clarity. In night vision mode, Thaler finally saw the red shadow clearly. It was a massive bat, its body at least the size of a wash basin, wings spanning 3 meters when fully extended. He rolled to the ground, avoiding the dive, and looked back. The creature turned, revealing what appeared to be a human face, not a real one, but an outline of features floating above the wings. Human-faced bat. He licked his lips, an ancient species. He wasn't surprised. The bite marks on the corpses, the absence of viral transformation it fit. The human-faced bat was common enough. He'd encountered them in his previous life, fought a few. Fear wasn't a factor. The creature shrieked, a sound like a crying infant, and swooped again. Thaler didn't move. Its speed was extreme. Dodging and countering like he had against the steel guard would get him killed. He knew he wasn't faster. When 2 armies meet on a narrow path, the brave one prevails. He not only refused to dodge, he met the dive head-on. Heavy impact. Pain flared in his chest, followed by tremendous force. But it wasn't unstoppable. His physical attributes had been enhanced twice, surpassing normal human limits. The bat was large, yet its strength was only average, a common trade-off. The strong lack agility, the swift lack power. He growled, digging his heels in. Pushed back 2 or 3 meters, he nonetheless knocked the creature down. "You've attacked." He raised the silver scimitar. Now it's my turn. A wet thud. He drove the blade deep. A muffled sound followed, blood jetting from the wound. The bat screamed again, wings beating furiously, lifting him into the air. Crash after crash, it flew through the corridor, slamming him into crates, toppling them one by one until it drove him straight into the wall. Another impact. The bat swung its body, crushing him against the stone while it continued upward, avoiding the collision. Thalor felt every vertebra in his back threaten to shatter. He didn't let go. Most ancient species possessed intelligence, some rivaling humans. If he released it now, it would never let him close again, and its speed made ranged attacks nearly impossible. So, he gritted his teeth. Cripple a wing first. The scimitar was stuck. He tugged several times, failed, abandoned it, drew the Alaska harpoon from his waist and drove it into the wing membrane. Wet tear, a bloody gash opened. He released his left hand, seized his right wrist, and wrenched. Die! The embedded harpoon sliced downward, severing the wing. They crashed together. Thalor hit the ground hard. The bat's right wing hung in ruins. Unbalanced, it slammed into the side wall and slid down, wailing, struggling, flapping its remaining wing. Useless now, it could only roll. Pain flared through Thalor, but the harpoon's life steel knitted the worst of it. He glared at the creature. Now you're finished. It struggled, then shrieked, piercing, ultrasonic. The sound struck Thalor's ears. He spat blood, ringing, drowning his hearing, a spike driving through his skull. Aegis fared worse. Blood flecked his lips as he collapsed, writhing, face gone deathly pale. Sonic attack. Thalor had known it possessed the ability. In his previous life, he'd been strong enough to shrug it off. The bat's speed had been the real threat. The sonic attack had been negligible. Now he paid for that complacency. At Silver 1 star, the scream was devastating. The bat recognized its advantage. It shrieked again, louder, sustained. Thalor's throat produced a wet sound. More blood. Fight to the death then. Let's see who lasts longer. He was badly injured. The bat was grounded, wingless, reduced to tumbling. The outcome remained unwritten. Thalor staggered upright, retrieved his silver scimitar and brought it down. Blood sprayed. The creature's screams sharpened into pure agony. The human-faced bat's scream intensified, driving needles of pain deeper into Thalor's skull. He did not falter. Silver scimitar in hand, he drove the blade into the creature's flesh, a wet tear. Another gash. This was a contest of wills, two combatants hurting each other until only the stronger remained standing. I won't die, Thalor coughed, blood flecking his lips, teeth gritted. I will go much further, you can only die here. He thrust again. 1 cut. 2, 3, 16 stabs. Later the bat was riddled with bloody holes, its shriek dwindling to a rattle. On the 16th blow it went still. Congratulations on killing the human-faced bat. Total kills 1. Apocalypse reward, ancient bat blood. The mysterious voice rang out. Thalor had no strength left to smile. His legs buckled and he collapsed, gasping. Only someone who has died once, who has stared into that abyss, knows how precious simple air can be. Rest came slowly. Sonic attacks strike the mind directly. They arrive faster than physical wounds and, mercifully, depart faster too, but do not mistake speed for weakness. Mental assault is far more terrifying than any blade. It slips past every defense. Thalor had survived only through raw willpower, killing the bat before it could kill him. Physical trauma can be healed. Even at death's door, hope lingers. Psychological trauma is different. Sublethal damage fades quickly, but lethal damage? Not even a miracle saves you. When his thoughts cleared, Thalor rose, crossed to Aegis, and nudged him with a boot. Dead? Aegis twitched, convulsing faintly. Still a breath in him. Don't worry, I'll be fine after a rest. Thalor sat, unslung his pack, and drank from a water bottle. The bat's sonic attack causes agony, not lethal mental trauma. Once the sound stops, recovery is quick. Once we've caught our breath, we'll search the area. The kidnapper's body is found, but the Duchess's daughter, we still don't know if she's alive. Aegis pulled a face. Bringing the kidnapper's body back should be enough. If it's a living kidnapper, yes, a corpse. Do you think Duke Clark will believe it? He might decide you just rounded up random bodies to pass off as the culprit. Aegis slammed his forehead against the ground. What a mess. What did I do to deserve this? You look energetic enough. Get up quietly. Aegis sighed, levering himself upright. Thalor stood. Let's see what else is here. His interest had sharpened. A steel guard. An ancient species human-faced bat. This place was not simple. He moved forward, Aegis trailing reluctantly. What else is there to see? With that monster here, anything else would have been eaten. The Duchess's daughter was probably bitten to death too. Hard to say. Those 4 kidnappers weren't killed by the human-faced bat. Aegis paused. You mean, don't be alarmed. Aegis's voice trembled. If the bat didn't eat them, there are other man-eaters here. At first I thought it was the bat. But the size is wrong. Thalor tapped his neck. First corpse, half the neck bitten through. But you saw the bat's mouth when it shrieked. If it had bitten, the whole head would be gone. And the other wounds? Longest bite mark is half a palm's width. Even eating slowly, the bat couldn't make wounds that small. He stopped, signaling Aegis to halt, and swept his phone's flashlight across the ground. Viscous clumps glistened, slightly fishy, pungent. Saliva? Thalor considered it, but zombie saliva carries a stronger stench, darker opacity. This was too clear. He traced the trail with his light, step by step, until it led to a pile of wooden crates, toppled haphazardly. Foam spilled from them, nothing valuable. The saliva trail ended there. A red figure flared in his goggles display. The Velwood spectacles were not infallible. They detected only moving targets within a forward fan. Anything outside that arc or perfectly still remained invisible. The sudden crimson silhouette jolted Thalor backward on instinct. A dinosaur materialized before him. Ancient species, Compsognathus, the smallest of dinosaurs, barely a meter tall. Thalor's mind snapped to the 4 corpses. The wound patterns matched perfectly. Heavy impact, the Compsognathus slammed into him, caught off guard, pinning him down. Small but impossibly strong, impossibly fast. Jaws gaped, twin rows of needles descending for his throat. Thalor's hand shot up, clamping around the creature's neck, holding the bite at bay. The Compsognathus was small enough that the fear it inspired felt muted. Aegis did not freeze this time. She seized a wooden crate and brought it down hard across the creature's back. The box shattered. The dinosaur twisted its head toward her, and panic sent her scrambling backward into a run. Thalor would not let it give chase. If it caught her, she would be torn apart. The instant the beast turned, he sprang, locking his legs around its neck and vaulting onto its back. Down, he hissed, driving his weight forward. The creature's legs buckled, forcing it to its knees. He drew the Silver Moon scimitar for a killing stroke, but the Compsognathus thrashed violently, flinging him clear before lunging again. He rolled through the dust, evading snapping jaws, then grabbed another crate and smashed it against the animal's skull. The wood splintered, the impact snapping the beast's head sideways. Without hesitation, he slashed downward, the blade biting deep into its neck. The dinosaur shrieked, whipping its neck and hurling him a second time, then charged blindly. A heavy impact sounded. He took the blow square in the chest and slammed into the wall. Wood groaned and split, a wide fissure cracking the planks. Gritting his teeth, he wrenched the Alaska harpoon from his belt and drove it viciously into the creature's back. Pain maddened the Compsognathus. It hammered its head against him again and again. Each collision rang through his bones. When it charged once more, he sidestepped, slipping past its jaws. The beast's skull struck the wall with a thunderous crack, and a whole section gave way, revealing a hollow space and a steep staircase descending into darkness. Both tumbled down the short flight, barely 10 steps, landing in a tangled heap at the bottom. Thalor lay stunned for a moment, then pushed himself up on shaking arms. The Compsognathus was already rising. He threw himself onto its back once more, gripping the harpoon with both hands and driving it downward, carving a long, ragged gash across its spine. The dinosaur roared, jaws snapping shut on his shoulder. He choked back a scream, yanked the harpoon free, and snarled, "Let go!" He stabbed repeatedly into the softer flesh of its abdomen, each thrust drawing arterial spray. Only the constant assault and the blood he drank to knit his own mangled shoulder kept the limb attached. The creature's bite force was enough to shear bone, but with every wound its grip slackened, the massive blood loss sapping its strength. "Then," he said, voice low and lethal, "it is time to end this." He seized the scimitar still lodged in the beast's neck, wrenched it free in a shower of gore and brought it down again. A dull, wet thud echoed, like heavy cloth tearing. The blow nearly severed the spine. The Compsognathus never made another sound. Its neck hung at a grotesque angle, held by a single flap of skin, and the massive body collapsed. A disembodied voice resonated through the space. Congratulations on killing Compsognathus. Cumulative number 1. Since you have killed 3 different types of ancient species, you have received the title reward. Ancient Hunter. Ancient Hunter title. Permanently increases physical attributes by 0.15. Thalor leaned against the broken wall, breathing hard. No corpse reward appeared, which did not surprise him. The title was exactly what he expected. In his previous life, Ancient Hunter was common. Almost everyone who survived 4 or 5 death train station platforms earned it. The bonus was meager, barely noticeable, typical of beginner titles. Mutant Hunter required 15 mutated zombie kills. Zombie Slayer demanded 500. All granted trivial improvements. But he recalled one outlier among the starter titles, Enemy of Humanity. Slaughter 20 humans who had actually disembarked from the death train during a platform mission, and you gained a 1.5 attribute boost plus a random fantasy ability. Morality aside, finding 20 viable targets was difficult. Passengers like Aegis did not count. They had to have stepped off the train alive. "Hey, are you all right?" Aegis's voice echoed down the stairs as she hurried toward him. Thank goodness you're still alive." She kicked the dead Compsognathus to be certain, then exhaled shakily. Her gaze swept the dim space. Where is this place? Her question pulled his attention to their surroundings. This was undoubtedly a secret passage. Why would a warehouse in an exhibition hall need one? Thaler looked around. Below the stairs lay a dimly lit space, pitch black without lighting. He pulled out his phone, switched on the flashlight, and swept the beam across the surroundings. Aegis said, "Look, there's an air switch here." He walked to the side and flipped the circuit breaker. Thaler moved to stop him, but the breaker had already been thrown. The next instant, an incandescent bulb flared to life. After so long in darkness, the sudden light was blinding. Both men squeezed their eyes shut. A moment later, vision adjusted, and they opened them again. The space before them was empty. Room wasn't quite right, it was far larger than any normal room, yet hall felt too small. Nothing filled it, no crates, no fossils, nothing at all. It didn't resemble a hidden warehouse in the slightest. With no human-faced bats or Compsognathus in sight, Aegis grew bolder and began wandering, much like Thaler. Hello, Aegis suddenly shouted. This shouldn't be a power switch, right? Thaler approached and saw what he meant. A switch mounted on a square metal base, a cherry-sized red button at its center. He stepped forward and tapped the screen. Just press it, and you'll know. What if it's a trap? Aegis exclaimed. Thaler glanced at him. When you casually flipped the breaker, did you wonder if that was a disguised trap switch? The moment he pressed the button, the wall ahead clicked and slowly rose. Both men froze. Dozens of people filled the revealed space, pure white walls on all sides. They wore rags, gaunt and weary-faced, wrists and ankles shackled. Each carried a square iron box, silver-white, stamped with a black bullhorn and skull emblem. The rising wall was clearly the entrance. Thalor and Aegis stood at its threshold. Yet the workers didn't so much as glance their way, shuffling forward under the weight of their chains and cargo. Aegis whispered, "Are they all idiots?" Thalor stepped up, waved a hand before one man's face, studied the blank expression. He's not stupid, he's numb. Their faces were empty. Gazes flicked to Thalor, then away, indifferent. They saw the intruders, they simply didn't care. Who Thalor and Aegis were, why they were here, none of it mattered. It was the look of utter despair, of souls reduced to machinery. If a person no longer cares whether they live or die, how can they care about anything else? Talking was pointless. Questions would go unanswered, beating them into speech. Thalor doubted they'd even flinch. He moved to the side, wedged his Alaskan harpoon under the lid of a nearby box and pried. Click, the lid gave. Horror flooded his face. Inside lay a zombie pathogen, or rather a component of it. A glass vial held green liquid, and at its center pulsed a fist-sized light source, glowing the same sickly green, though fainter than the pathogen Thalor had seen before. This. He hadn't expected to find this here. Surprise flared, then a sharp spike of excitement. The pathogen's presence meant he was close to the city of Amnesia's secrets. As far as he knew, only two things made the city unique: the 24-hour memory cycle and the bizarre zombies that vanished by day and returned by night. Aegis's voice cut in. "Come here, quick!" Thalor turned, walked over. "What is it?" Aegis was speaking to a little girl, but she ignored him, dragging her shackles, straining under a box half her height, marching with the line. "This is Clark's daughter," Aegis said, excitement trembling in his voice. Thalor paused. "The one who was kidnapped." He studied her. The resemblance to the photo was there, buried under grime and exhaustion, expressionless, pale, thin, a simple white tee and pants, bare feet. Nothing like the girl in the picture, but the bone structure, the eyes. It was her. He crouched. "Can we talk?" She didn't blink, shouldered past him, box and chains clanking, and kept moving. Thalor wasn't surprised. He'd already known these people wouldn't respond. That was why he'd gone straight to the box. But this girl, she was different. He could walk away from the others. He had to take her. "Never mind," he muttered. "Cut the shackles, carry her out. Alive is enough." Clark didn't say a broken mind disqualifies the rescue. A soft shout rang out behind them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The soft shout drew Thalor and Aegis toward an iron staircase tucked into the corner, its upper reaches disappearing into a second floor lined with doors. As they looked up, one of those doors swung open. A man in a biohazard suit leaned over the railing, his hand drifting toward a holstered handgun. Thalor's mind moved fast. No shackles on this one, just the suit, the sidearm, the authority of an overseer. Below, the crate haulers wore rags and chains. The hierarchy was instant and ugly. Slaves downstairs, keepers upstairs. "Hey, I asked you a question," the guard said, leveling the pistol. "Hands behind your heads. How did you find this place?" Thalor winked at Aegis, whether his partner caught the signal or not, and drew his own weapon in a single motion. He fired rapid shots into the iron railing before the guard could return fire. Sparks showered the man's face. He flinched, ducked, covered his head. With the guard pinned, Thalor unsheathed his silver scimitar and slashed through the Duke's daughter's ankle shackles. The chain linking her to the other captives severed with a crisp crack. Ordinary iron, one stroke. Aegis didn't hesitate. He caught the hint, snatched the girl up, and ran. Thalor kept firing as he retreated, suppressing the guard, backing toward the door. The suited man didn't shoot back. He scrambled on hands and knees to the wall corner and yanked a lever. A piercing alarm screamed through the facility. Aegis had just reached the doorway when the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, sealing the exit. The guard shouted from the floor, "Come out! Everyone come out! Intruders!" Doors along the corridor burst open. More suited men poured out. Aegis pounded the fallen debris, searching for a hidden mechanism. Nothing. He turned to Thalor, helpless. "What now?" "Run this way," Thalor pointed, then sprinted toward the flow of laborers still hauling crates. If goods moved out, another exit existed. The entrance they'd used was blocked by stacked metal boxes. Those boxes hadn't come through there. Aegis caught up fast. The girl in his arms, behind them, the suited men opened fire. Bullets sparked off crates and struck laborers who didn't even flinch. Thalor and Aegis stayed low, sprinting until a passageway yawned ahead. Thalor led without hesitation, then paused, surprised. A prison corridor stretched 100 meters, iron gates on both sides. Square cells held numb-looking humans, some lying motionless, others curled into themselves. None reacted to the intruders at all. "They really do keep humans as slaves," Thalor said. "Let's get out first," Aegis replied, scanning. Thalor nodded. Footsteps echoed behind them. The pursuers were closing. They ran flat out. Beyond the corridor lay another hall, nearly identical, stacked metal boxes of zombie pathogen, walls pure white. Thalor shouted as he ran. "Check the far wall. Symmetrical layout means an exit there. Find the mechanism." He took the left side, hands flying over the surface. Aegis took the right, hammering the panels. The suited men surged forward, shoving laborers aside, nearly on top of them. "Found it," Aegis shouted. The wall beneath his palm caved inward, then rose entirely. Beyond lay a dark room with a wooden staircase leading up. The symmetry held. Thalor took the stairs first. They emerged in another exhibition warehouse, connected to the first. He activated his Veilwood spectacles and bolted. The previous warehouse had been trouble enough. Encountering ancient species now would mean getting caught from behind. Luck held. Nothing lunged out as they cleared the building. but when Thalor led them outside, his heart skipped. Darkness approached. In the city of amnesia, night brought the hunters. The sky wasn't fully black yet, just past dusk, sunset fading, the dawn before true dark. The zombies shouldn't be out yet, but they'd come soon. "Let's go," Thalor shouted. He vaulted the exhibition hall's wall, scanned the street, and spotted a parked taxi. A father and daughter paid the fare and left. The driver pocketed the cash, started to pull away. The driver's window shattered. Thalor yanked the man out by the collar, drove a chop to the back of his neck, and the driver crumpled unconscious. Thalor shoved Aegis into the taxi and slammed the door. "Go, leave now and find Clark." Aegis stared, surprised. "Aren't you coming?" Thalor shook his head. "Someone has to draw their attention. What comes next isn't your concern. You can't handle it. I'll deal with it." He had never considered himself a good man, nor wanted to be. In the apocalypse, good men died first. Still, he had his limits. Aegis was innocent, dragged into this mess by force. Thalor would give him an exit, and had already returned the Duke's daughter. Clark would take care of Aegis from here, a clean ending. Besides, he no longer needed Aegis. The clues the man had provided paled beside the group that had just appeared. They seemed closer to the secret of the city of amnesia. Analysis suggested Aegis had been imprisoned before waking, then escaped. Connecting that to the prisoners in the exhibition hall's basement, Thalor suspected a link, and that clue remained intact. "Hurry," he shoved Aegis again. "Don't waste time. In the end, neither of us escapes." Aegis gritted his teeth. Decision made. After settling the Duke's daughter in the passenger seat, he floored the accelerator. Thalor scanned the area, then sprinted toward a building and climbed the fire escape. The biohazard-suited group emerged, weapons raised. He didn't hesitate, unslinging the Black Hawk compound bow, knocking an arrow, drawing. A soft puff, a whoosh. The arrow flew. Before the men could react, it punched through one's chest. Crimson bloomed as the man stared in disbelief. The arrow didn't stop. It pierced a second skull before clattering to the ground a dozen meters farther on. The suits froze, then scrambled, scanning for the shooter. A second arrow was already knocked, this one tipped with explosive. Puff. The shaft cut the air, struck no one, buried itself in the pavement. A deafening boom followed, a fireball erupting and hurling the surrounding men outward. They landed charred, suits in tatters, dead beyond question. "He's there!" someone shouted, tracing the trajectory. Thalor didn't rush. The enemy carried only pistols. His position sat outside their effective range. He drew a burning arrow, fired, pinning the spotter, and scrambled up the fire escape to the roof. From the vantage, he waited until they reached the stairwell base, then loosed another explosive arrow. Puff. As night deepened and pedestrians thinned, the arrow's flight rang exceptionally clear. He drove it straight into the middle of the staircase. A massive explosion blossomed, a fireball billowing thick smoke in all directions. The men hadn't yet climbed, but the shattered stairs knocked them down. He sneered, turned and ran, throwing open the rooftop stairwell door to leave. The plan was set. The enemy held overwhelming numbers. His only exit was guerrilla tactics through alleyways and buildings, picking them off one by one. 2 interrogations waited at the end. He wanted to know what lay beneath the exhibition hall. The moment he opened the door, a foul stench rolled out, and a zombie lunged crashing into him. He went down as jaws snapped for his throat. He seized the thing's head and twisted, snapping its neck. He rose, looked at the moon hanging high, and cursed. Damn it! Peeking through the doorway, he saw swarms of zombies below. Strategy shifted instantly. He slammed the door shut and ran across the rooftop. The next instant, he stepped onto the edge and leaped. The buildings ahead were spaced about 5 meters apart. Even with his enhanced physique, clearing that distance cleanly was difficult. He didn't aim for the opposite roof at first, but diagonally downward, targeting a window on the next floor. The extended drop would add momentum. A clothesline hung outside the window, extending 1/2 meter. If he missed the sill, he could grab it. At that moment, 2 suits ran into the alley and opened fire without a word. 2 gunshots cracked. His body jerked involuntarily. He cursed inwardly. The shots hadn't hit, but the surprise had ruined his form, shortening the jump. Give it everything. He gritted his teeth, drew the silver scimitar, and the instant he landed on the far side, thrust it hard into the wall. The blade sliced through masonry, arresting his descent, and he snatched the windowsill. With a flip, he smashed through the glass and tumbled inside. The house wasn't safe either. Two zombies, a man and a woman, staggered toward him at the sound of shattering glass. Out of my way, he kicked one aside, then swung the silver scimitar with all his strength. A flash of silver, the female's head flew. Immediately after, he drew his gun and blew the male's head apart as it tried to rise. After dispatching them, he bolted for the door but froze when he opened it. So many. The corridor outside teemed with over 20 zombies, completely blocking the passage as the door swung wide. Every pair of eyes locked onto him. Thaler cursed inwardly. The situation made no sense as far as he knew. Residents of the city of Amnesia barricaded themselves indoors at night because the streets crawled with zombies. That implied the buildings themselves should be clear, otherwise anyone hiding inside would be doomed. Yet the corridor outside was packed with the things, and they couldn't be faked. Seeing them approach, he retreated into the room, slammed the door, and drew colorful clouds hiding the moon. He pulled a metal strip from the device and slid it through the door crack. The zombies pounded on the door for a while, then gradually fell silent. He opened the door. Colorful clouds of smoke still drifted in the hallway. Every zombie lay dead on the floor. He bolted for the stairwell, but a gunshot cracked out. Bullets struck the stairs, splintering a section of handrail. He cursed and peered down through the gap in the stairs. The biohazard-suited pursuers had caught up. He spun around, ran back to the room, threw open the window and vaulted onto the outside sill. From his gear he produced an explosive arrow and wedged it into the side corner of the window frame. Done, he dropped, catching the sill of the floor below, releasing, catching the next, and repeating the cycle until he hit the ground. Moments later, the suited men burst into the room. Finding it empty, they rushed to the window. The explosive arrow dislodged, fell, and struck the sill edge. A tremendous roar erupted. A fireball blossomed and the blast wave flung bodies outward. Thaler looked up at the surging flames and sneered. Even outnumbered, he was confident he could pick them off one by one. He crossed the alley to the opposite side of the street, melted into the shadows, and watched the alley he'd just left. Minutes later, the group reappeared, fanning out to search. A man who appeared to be their leader waved a hand, signaling the split. Thaler smiled with disdain. Had the man lost his mind? They'd been together, and he'd already killed roughly a third of them. Splitting up now was just handing him opportunities. "All right," he murmured. "I plan to kill them all and leave 2 alive, but scattered like this I can just grab 2 and go." He retreated deeper into the alley, already picking a target. The one giving orders had to hold some rank, captain at least, so he'd know more than the rank and file. That made him the first target. Once the suits dispersed, Thaler slipped out and shadowed them. The captain had only 2 men with him, which suited him fine. He wasn't in a hurry. He trailed the trio until the rest of the suits were far scattered, then followed the captain into a side alley. The instant he entered, his body coiled. He lunged like a hunting leopard, seized a man's shoulder from behind, and drew his Alaska harpoon. A wet sound marked the strike. His right hand flashed past the second man. The harpoon slashed across the throat, opening a spray of blood. The captain and the remaining henchmen whirled, eyes wary. Thaler tossed the corpse aside. "Don't worry, I have questions, so I won't kill you yet," the captain said. "Do you know the trouble you're in?" Thaler laughed. "I think you're in worse trouble right now." The words barely left his mouth before the captain went for his gun. At the same instant, Thaler closed the distance, less than 2 meters, his explosive speed denying the draw. That was why he dared follow. As the pistol rose, Thaler punched the wrist, knocking the weapon away, then kicked the henchman in the chest, sending him flying 2 meters back. "You're no match for me," he said. "I advise you to behave." The captain suddenly laughed. "Really? Best not to make absolute statements." A roar erupted. The captain threw his head back, clawing at his biosuit as if in agony. The fabric shredded, his body ballooned, hitting 2 meters in a heartbeat, muscles bunching into a grotesque silhouette. He roared again. A cross-shaped gash split his chest, gaping like a massive mouth. Razor teeth lined the torn flesh, and a blood-red tongue lolled from the center. A rhythmic dripping echoed. Dark green saliva fell from the chest more, hissing on the concrete and leaving blackened pits, clearly corrosive. Thaler's voice sharpened. "Devourer! Devourer! Silver 5-star mutated zombie, an evolved glutton possessing even more terrifying appetite, immense strength and saliva that corrodes everything. When starved, it goes berserk." His astonishment came not only from facing a devourer, but from the fact that a human had transformed into one in under 30 seconds. At the same time, the follower behind also began to roar, his body warping, muscles swelling, skin turning grayish-white. He didn't become a second devourer, but a glutton, the stage before evolution. The devourer's roar shattered Thalor's shock. A massive arm swung, thunderous, and he was swept aside, slammed hard against the wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he did not linger. He dodged as the creature's tongue shot from its chest. He threw himself sideways. The tongue punched a fist-sized hole through brick. Thalor glanced at the damage, then ran for the alley exit. The devourer gave chase, but a red shadow streaked through the air. Thalor, hurling a crimson flame exploding bomb back into the alley as he cleared it. He knew the devourer's silver 5-star strength was no joke. He deployed the most powerful weapon he possessed. A violent explosion rang out. Fire and smoke billowed from both ends of the alley, flinging vehicles like toys. "You killed Glutton. Total number 2. The mysterious voice rang in his ears as the flames surged. Only Glutton's death was reported. The devourer still lived. Suddenly flames shattered. A blood-red tongue pierced through, flying straight at him. Thalor raised his silver scimitar just in time. Metal clashed against muscle, the force staggering him back 2 or 3 steps before he steadied. The devourer emerged, body charred black, flesh torn by burns, badly injured but not dead, still moving. Thalor flicked his knife, embedding the scimitar in the ground, then unslung the Black Hawk compound bow. In one motion he knocked a burning arrow, drew and fired. The creature raised a hand to catch it. The arrow pierced its palm. Flames burst from the head, spreading rapidly across its body. The devourer roared, but a zombie's strength lay in enduring non-lethal damage. It could withstand this. It charged, feet thudding, body low, crashing toward him. They were close. No time for another arrow. Thalor slung the bow, crossed his arms and braced. But the devourer was more cunning than imagined. The charge was a feint. A red shadow swept past, its tongue curled out, wrapped around his ankle, and yanked him down. It roared, flicking its tongue to drag him into the street railing with a crash, snapping off a section. The tongue retracted, pulling him closer, clearly intending to swallow him whole. 5 meters. 3, 1. As the chest mouth writhed closer, Thalor sprang up, drew his Alaska harpoon and leaped. Blade rose, blade fell. He drove it straight into the devourer's head, growling, "Die!" Stabbed in the brain, it thrashed violently, flicking its tongue to send him flying. He crashed and rolled, but only for a moment, fingers clawing the ground. He steadied, flipped up, and charged again. Gunshots rang out. He had drawn his pistol and fired. Low damage, but the bullet pierced the devourer's arm to some effect. Thalor closed the distance, yanking his scimitar from the ground mid-stride, and slashed the devourer's arm. It flew off, landing nearby. A silver 5-star mutated zombie's arm should not sever so easily. But the bomb and burning arrow had left its flesh rotting, hence the easy kill. He did not hesitate, swinging for the head. But the devourer retreated, its tongue curling around his wrist to stop the blade. Eyes narrowing, Thalor abandoned the killing blow and kicked its waist, staggering it back. "Think I'm a pushover." He flicked his wrist, the scimitar spinning in a flourish, then stepped forward. "So what if you're silver 5-star? I've killed countless sovereign-tier zombies." He roared and charged. The devourer answered, its maw spewing pale green corrosive saliva. Thalor raised an eyebrow, shed his coat to block the spray, then flung a metal bar, colorful clouds hiding the moon. It landed, releasing smoke that enveloped the devourer, which roared in pain. To humans, mere smoke bombs. To zombies, harmful. More importantly, Thalor vanished into the smoke. Thalor wove through the smoke, circling behind the devourer, and brought the silver scimitar down with lethal force. The creature roared and swung a massive arm backward, but the blow found only air. For all its evolution from the glutton, stronger, tougher, enhanced in every measurable way, the devourer had inherited its progenitor's ponderous speed. It could not match Thalor's velocity. Its tongue, however, was another matter, agile, whip-fast, and deadly accurate. That was why he had invoked colorful clouds hide the moon, shrouding his form so the organ could not lock onto him. His face twisted with rage. "I'll cripple your tongue first," footsteps echoed as he darted around the beast. Suddenly he cut to its flank, raised the Alaska harpoon and drove it forward. The tip punched through the tongue with a wet crunch before the devourer could react. Thallo yanked the organ taut and swung the scimitar in a single fluid stroke. The blade severed it clean through. He did not pause. He vaulted backward in a rapid retreat, sheathing both weapons mid-air, then unslung the Black Hawk compound bow from his back. The final blow, die. He knocked a piercing arrow, drew the string to his cheek, and released. The shaft tore through the smoke and buried itself in the devourer's chest. The creature's body locked rigid, then toppled forward in slow motion. A disembodied voice resonated through the air. You killed the devourer. Total, 1, Apocalypse reward. Enhanced Venom Sac X1, Random Potion X1. A first kill bonus. The Venom Sac was familiar, he had harvested one before. But this came from an evolved specimen, its potency amplified. He knelt beside the cooling corpse, fingers delving into the chest cavity until they closed around the sac. The random potion, an extra reward from the death train, would wait at the dining car for collection. Yet the reward troubled him less than the corpse itself. He had hoped to extract intelligence from these things before they inexplicably turned and forced his hand. Now there was no one left to question. A rustle rose from the surrounding streets. He scanned the shadows. Zombies, dozens of them, converging from every alley. During the fight with the Devourer, a silver 5-star mutant, powerful by local standards, the lesser dead had kept their distance. Now that he stood alone, instinct drove them inward. He ran. A horde was not a fight, it was a grave. He would deal with the unanswered questions later. He ran until his lungs burned and the shambling figures thinned behind him. He ducked into a residential block, scrambled up the stairwell to the roof, and pulled the access door shut behind him. Leaning against cold metal, he dragged air into his starved lungs. The trail's gone cold again, he muttered, raking a hand through his hair. This damn city of amnesia. 3 missions existed here. Only one was required for a return ticket to the death train. By that metric, he had already succeeded. A pathogen site destroyed, a haul no less valuable than Night City's yield. The Alaska Harpoon alone, 50 silver skull coins on the open market, minimum, proved the train's generosity. But greed, or perhaps something closer to compulsion, tugged at him. One more task. 2. 3, each unlocked further rewards. But we have no leads, he exhaled sharply at the sky, then weighed the risk of descending once more into the exhibition halls underground. A spark caught. Wait? He slapped his forehead. That logo, I remember it. Yes, I'm sure. He paced the rooftop, the memory sharpening. The bullhorn and skull painted on the metal pathogen container. In the chaos of escape and combat, it had registered only as a symbol. Now calm returned familiarity prickled at the edges of recall. The problem is, his eyes widened.
Comp Company, he froze. No. Comp Company's logo is a circle with KZ inside, the founder's initials. This isn't that, he frowned.
But I've seen this sign before. Where? A thought struck. He spun, vaulted the door and descended at speed. He cleared the building, evaded the stragglers on the street, and smashed a shopping mall window to gain entry. Inside, amid the looted shelves, he found a laptop. From his pack he retrieved 2 hard drives lifted from the Comp Company Research Institute. He had wiped their video data, but the drives themselves remained functional. He connected one via external cable. The screen lit. The drive's boot logo resolved into the unmistakable bullhorn and skull. I knew it. Not Comp Company. The Comp Company Research Institute. His mind raced. This incident ties back to the Institute, which means the City of Amnesia has an Institute presence too. He connected to the wireless network and began to search. Thallo found the company's information online without difficulty. A branch existed in the City of Amnesia, though it was clearly not a major hub for combustion, only a single, modest office. He closed his laptop, deciding a personal visit was necessary. It might yield the crucial clue he needed. He weighed the timing. Daylight would show the company operating normally, likely revealing nothing. Night carried the zombie hordes, but also the possibility that whatever secret the branch held would be active then. He thought of Fenwick, who had uncovered the pathogen intelligence by moving at night while others hid. The realization struck him. If he wanted answers, night was the only time to move. That should be it, he muttered, tapping his forehead. I shouldn't have overlooked that. Luckily it's not too late. He left immediately. The branch was roughly half an hour away. He stole a car and drove. keeping to streets where the undead were scattered, running over the occasional straggler, avoiding clusters, abandoning the vehicle when necessary to circle around on foot and steal another. The detours cost him time, but an hour later he stood before a 6-story office building, respectable enough in appearance though small by the company's standards. He was about to enter when the 6th-floor window shattered. A figure plummeted outward. Thalos sidestepped. The body struck the pavement with a wet thud. A man in his 30s or 40s, riddled with wounds, convulsed once and coughed blood. Thalos stepped forward, called out, then fell silent. The stranger was already dead. He glanced up at the broken window, unshouldered the Black Hawk compound bow, knocked a piercing arrow, and went inside. The lobby was carpeted with corpses, all zombies, all slain. The body by the door showed no signs of turning. Thalos raised an eyebrow. Humans from the death train. The man who had fallen was almost certainly a fellow passenger. Interesting, he said, licking his lips. What brought him here? And what killed him? He did not consider it bad news. The dead man's failure did not guarantee his own. And the fact that another passenger had come here following intelligence and clues confirmed his own reasoning. This trip might finally bear fruit. With the building cleared, he moved freely. The elevator did not respond, powerless or damaged, so he took the emergency stairwell to the 6th floor, the fall point. That saved him searching floor by floor. He stepped onto the landing and felt something yield beneath his boot. A corpse, head and neck intact, no sign of turning. Another passenger. He stepped over it and found more, roughly 10 bodies scattered through the corridor, 2 faces he recognized from carriage 7. The confirmation settled it. Every corpse here was a death train rider, and every one of them was dead. His vigilance sharpened. At the first station, a dozen bodies would have been unremarkable. Most passengers were still ordinary then. But after the baptism of the first stage, anyone who returned to the train should have progressed, in mindset and ability. Over a dozen dead here meant something formidable waited on these floors. So there was one fish that slipped through the net. The hoarse voice came from the shadows. Dim light caught a strange old man leaning against a wall in the corner, 60 or 70, yet his frame was powerfully built, muscles defined like a man 30 years younger. Thalos frowned. "Who are you?" The old man laughed. "You've come to take my life, but don't you know who I am?" Thalos glanced at the corpses, then back, a glint in his eyes. "You're Dr. T. Of the 3 missions in the City of Amnesia, exploring its secrets was the most ethereal, something that could not be seen or touched. The only option was to make a discovery and bring that secret back to the death train. The second mission, destroying the zombie pathogen and Dr. T, was similarly nebulous. No one knew what the pathogen looked like, but at least it was a tangible thing. The answer was clear. The person standing before them was a person, not an object, so who else could it be but Dr. T? Those dozen or so humans from the death train had come here to kill him. Thalos suddenly laughed. There were no clues, no process, but often the result was what mattered most. He had been busy with the first 2 missions and had not really paid attention to the third, killing Dr. T and obtaining the ZX mutant virus cells. But now that the opportunity had come to him, he had no reason to let it go. He slowly raised his bow and looked at the doctor. "Your condition doesn't seem to be very good." Dr. T had already fought more than a dozen people in a row, and only now did Thalos realize the man seemed seriously injured, covered in blood, exhausted. The lack of obvious wounds did not mean he was all right. "Kid, you think you can handle me?" Dr. T said grimly. "Those dozen couldn't do anything to me, and now it's just you, all alone." Thalos laughed. "Don't equate me with a bunch of small fry. Instead of wasting time on empty talk, let's fight." The moment the words left his mouth, his fingers loosened on the bowstring, and the burning arrow shot toward Dr. T. The doctor quickly grabbed a nearby table and swung it forward with force. With a thud, the arrow embedded itself in the wood and immediately burst into flames. But the attack did not stop. The instant he fired, Thalos knocked another arrow, this time a piercing arrow. A sharp sound cut through the air as it shot out, pierced through the table, and embedded itself in Dr. T's shoulder. Thalos tilted his head. This old man did not seem that powerful, except for his strength. How could he have killed more than a dozen humans from the death train? Were those guys just too weak? He wondered. Dr. T shot through the shoulder, let out a low growl, furious. "Kid, you forced me to do this." He suddenly pulled out a needle gun with an attached test tube, inside which a glowing green liquid flowed. Thaler felt something wrong the moment he saw it. The liquid looked like a zombie pathogen. The next instant, Dr. T raised the gun, aimed at his own neck, and pulled the trigger, injecting every drop into his body. Afterward, he tossed the syringe aside and began breathing heavily. "Kid, this stuff can only be injected twice a day," Dr. T said sinisterly. "This is the third time already. I don't know what the price will be, but the effect doubles with each injection, so you're doomed." As he spoke, his body began to tremble, then swell like a balloon. Thaler stared, stunned. This scene looked so familiar. Dr. T resembled the captain from before who had suddenly turned into a devourer. Both belonged to the company. Could this old man also turn into a zombie? While Thaler thought, Dr. T's body had already exceeded 2 meters, growing to nearly 3, eyes blood red. His skin turned increasingly pale, devoid of color, almost transparent. The next moment, Dr. T threw back his head and roared. With a loud thud, his right arm exploded, blood mist and chunks of flesh flying in all directions. Thaler raised a hand, sweeping away the debris flying toward him, then fixed his gaze on the doctor. Cripple himself before the fight even started. He did not think it was that simple. Sure enough, the severed arm had lost blood, flesh, and bone, but the meridians remained strangely intact. They intertwined, and new bone and flesh grew back, a gigantic arm, blood red and massive, at least 2 or 3 times larger than the left. The hand was not a hand at all, but a 3-fingered claw, nails glowing with ghostly light, sharp as knives. After transforming, Dr. T seemed to lose his mind, roaring madly and swinging the giant arm, sweeping everything around him away. Thaler frowned. Has it turned into a zombie? What kind? Since the previous captain became a devourer, and looking at Dr. T now, a mutated zombie came to mind. But if that was what he was, what kind? In Thaler's memories of his previous life, there was no mention of a mutated zombie in this form. Never mind, it doesn't matter. He coldly raised his bow again. Whatever it is, just kill it. That completes the 3rd mission. As he spoke, he knocked and released a piercing arrow toward Dr. T. The doctor suddenly twisted aside and raised the massive arm. The arrow struck it, and stuck. As the name suggested, a piercing arrow could penetrate any object. Of course, that was a figure of speech, not an absolute rule. It usually penetrated 2 or 3 layers before losing power. But this was the first time Thaler had ever seen one fail to penetrate even the first layer, especially when that layer was just an arm of flesh and blood. Dr. T roared, swung the giant arm, flipped a table and smashed it toward Thaler. He crossed his arms to catch it, and immediately felt tremendous force send him flying backward. What incredible strength! Thaler flipped up from the ground with a somersault. He could tell from the sight of that arm the guy was incredibly strong, but he still had to test it. Thaler recognized the gap in raw strength and refused to trade blows. He leaped aside, circling for an opening while the doctor roared. Whether from the drug's madness or a 3rd overdose, he moved like a berserker, charging straight ahead. Despite his bulk, Dr. T was startlingly fast. He barreled forward like a bulldozer, sweeping arms wide and knocking everything aside. Thaler's eyebrow rose. As the mutant closed the distance, he produced colorful clouds hiding the moon, pulled a metal bar, and hurled it down. The strip struck the floor with a heavy thud, releasing a cloud that swallowed the corridor. Blinded, Dr. T halted. Then the smoke touched his skin and he howled in pain. Thaler pressed into a corner, a chill tracing his spine. The injection had turned the man into a zombie. The logic was simple. Colorful clouds hiding the moon was ordinary smoke to the living, but its unique ingredients seared the undead. Since Dr. T burned, he was undead. The death train's props did not lie. It hardly mattered. Zombie or human, the mission demanded his death. Thaler moved from the shadows like a ghost. The haze hampered his own sight, but the mutant's massive silhouette loomed in the murk, footsteps too thunderous to conceal. He sprang from behind, drew the silver scimitar and drove it into the doctor's back. Dr. T roared and swung a backward arm. Thaler ducked the instant wind brushed his ear. The massive limb grazed his scalp. He countered in the same breath, severing the Achilles tendon. Blood sprayed as the huge body collapsed. Thaler stepped forward. "Time to send you to the Yellow Springs." He raised the blade for the killing stroke. A muffled thud. The silver edge caught on a giant forearm. Thaler did not rush. The man had a crippled leg. Even if he rose, mobility would be limited. Distance and a bow would finish it. Then Dr. T's body surged upright and slammed into him. Thalor felt a bulldozer's impact crush his chest. He flew backward into a debris pile and watched the mutant stand again. He stared at the ankle. The wound was knitting itself closed, tendon reconnecting at visible speed. High-speed regeneration, a troublesome opponent. As the doctor advanced, Thalor flipped aside. A giant fist cratered the ground where he had stood. He melted back into the thinning smoke, thinking. Dr. T's kit, immense strength, considerable speed, high-speed regeneration. The first two were manageable. The regeneration was the problem. From his previous life, Thalor knew the ability was not rare among mutated zombies. The virus rewrote cellular metabolism into an alarming engine of repair. Rare or not, it left only two solutions: inflict damage faster than the body could heal, or deliver a lethal strike, break the neck, destroy the brain. The first option was impossible. Whatever Dr. T's rating on the death train, his physical strength dwarfed Thalor's. He could harry and wound, but he could not sustain the volume of serious damage required. That left the lethal strike. The problem is his mutated body, Thalor murmured. If a piercing arrow cannot penetrate his arm, it will not penetrate his skull. He drew a breath and produced the crimson flame exploding bomb. If he could not pierce the head in one shot, he would blow the mutant apart. He moved fast, placing the bomb's crystal bars in a deliberate pattern. 4 points centered on Dr. T, a heavy investment. With the bars set, Thalor retreated to the stairwell just as the smoke from colorful clouds hiding the moon dissipated. The timing was precise. The haze lifted. The mutant rediscovered him. Thalor was already at the bottom of the stairs. "Goodbye," he smiled faintly. "Better we never meet again." He produced a final crystal bar and hurled it forward with all his strength. Thalor tossed the crystal bar and sprinted for the emergency staircase. The bar struck the floor with a sharp snap and shattered. A deafening explosion followed, a burst of intense heat blooming outward. Flames licked across the 6th floor, finding the crystal bars he had planted earlier and triggering a chain reaction. Rumbles rolled through the building as explosions tore through the level, shattering every window. Fire surged wild and bright, and the whole office tower seemed to shudder, the ground itself trembling. In that moment, the city of Amnesia looked exceptionally beautiful. He cleared the stairwell door before the flames could catch him, but the shockwave had no such mercy. It slammed into his back the instant he crossed the threshold, hurling him down the stairs. He tumbled in a series of heavy impacts, dazed, before crashing into the wall at the landing and sliding to a stop. He laughed, breathless and raw. He had truly committed this time. 5 bars of crimson flame exploding bomb detonated on the 6th floor. Had it been the first, he suspected the entire building might have come down. Dr. T had been at the epicenter. There had been no escape. Thalor did not believe an explosion of that magnitude could fail to kill the doctor, yet the sound faded. The flame still burned, diminished, and there was no voice. That mysterious voice did not appear. His heart, which had just settled, leapt again. The absence of that voice meant Dr. T was not dead. He surged to his feet. At that instant, with a thunderous crash, the wall of the 6-story safety corridor collapsed. Dr. T's enormous frame emerged from the dust, looking down, roaring. The bombs had not been useless. The monster was mangled beyond recognition, charred black and draped in rotting flesh. His left chest was burned away, a chunk missing, bone and a beating heart faintly visible through the ruin. But he was not dead. Dr. T dropped from above, landing on the 5th-floor landing of the emergency staircase. He closed the distance in a single bound and swung a massive arm, catching Thalor full in the chest. The iron stairwell door gave way. Thalor skidded across the concrete. He struggled upright, spitting blood, feeling as though his ribs had shattered. He cursed, wiping his mouth. What is this guy's body made of? He can't even be killed by this kind of explosion. Heavy footsteps thundered behind him. Thalor endured the pain, rose and ran. He fled into the 5th-floor office area. The monster close on his heels. Dr. T did not bother with the entrance. He slammed a huge hand through the wall and burst inside. Just as he broke through, an arrow flew from the shadows and sank into his shoulder. The wound turning a sickly dark green, venom arrows designed specifically for zombies, causing rapid decomposition. But Dr. T only developed a patch of rot at the impact site. The venom had an upper limit. The stronger the zombie, the higher its resistance. The head. It has to be the head, Thalor repeated to himself. The arrows worked, but the virus within Dr. T was potent. suppressing the toxins and limiting the decay. Hitting the body was useless, he had to hit the head, let the rot consume the brain, only then would he have a chance. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, but did not loose rapidly. He took careful aim. He knew well that the more critical the moment, the more calm was required. Dr. T closed the distance. Thaler released the bowstring, the arrow struck with a wet sound, tracing a clean arc before burying itself in the monster's eye, driving straight into the brain. Dr. T froze, convulsing in pain as the venom seeped into his skull. Then the head split open, a palm-sized piece of rotting flesh tearing away and falling to the floor. Thaler exhaled, relief flooding him. The head was gone. He should be dead now. But in the next instant Dr. T lunged. A giant hand clamped around Thaler's torso and lifted him clear off the ground. Shock paralyzed him. How could something move without a head? Dr. T's head was still there, half of it anyway. After the rotting flesh fell, the brain was visible, blackened and weeping. In such a state, even a zombie should be dead beyond any doubt. Yet Dr. T still moved. The grip tightened. Thaler screamed involuntarily, every bone in his body protesting. Impossible. Impossible. He gritted his teeth, struggling, staring fiercely into the ruin of that face. Then he saw it, a faint green light. His gaze locked on the glow pulsing from Dr. T's exposed chest. The earlier explosion had blasted the ribcage open, laying the organ bare. Within that beating heart, a faint green light flickered. Zombie pathogen. The light was exactly the same as the one flashing in the pathogen samples. This guy's weakness was different from ordinary zombies. Not the head. The heart. As long as the heart remained intact, he could keep moving. Pain spiked as Dr. squeezed harder, forcing a groan through Thaler's clenched teeth. The monster meant to crush him to death. Sweat beaded on Thaler's forehead, dripping into his eyes, but he refused to yield. He could not die, not here. His arms strained, slowly forcing outward against the giant hands, fighting for the inch he needed to break free. Thaler's physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, yet she remained inferior to the doctor. Breaking free from his giant grasp was no easy task. Open it for me, she roared, gritting her teeth against his crushing strength. Though she could not wrench herself loose, she managed to pry his fingers apart a fraction. The gap was too small for escape, but wide enough to draw her sword. She seized the silver scimitar, yanked it free, and drove the blade into the doctor's wrist at a shallow angle. He flinched, his grip slackening. Thaler exploded from his hold and slammed into his chest, the impact driving them both to the ground. She raised the scimitar and plunged it toward his heart. Had his flesh been intact, the blade might not have pierced his formidable defenses, but the crimson flame exploding bomb had obliterated his chest, leaving his heart exposed and unprotected. The knife sank deep with a wet sound, splitting the organ and releasing a gush of dark green blood. The doctor screamed and thrashed, swinging a wild arm to knock her away. He staggered upright and rampaged through the crowd, destroying everything in his path. Then his knees buckled. He collapsed heavily, white smoke billowing from his body before it withered away. In the blink of an eye, the hulking figure had become a withered old man. No, a withered corpse, his powerful muscles gone. A mysterious voice announced that she had killed the doctor, recording one unique kill and granting a ZX mutant virus cell as an apocalypse reward. It confirmed the completion of the third City of Amnesia mission. Finally, it declared that the death train would resume operation in 24 hours. The first two messages concerned her alone. The last was a broadcast to everyone in the city, summoning them back to the train. Thaler lay on the ground a moment before rising slowly. She slammed her fist into a table and kicked it aside. Too weak, still too weak, she growled. I need to be stronger. I must become stronger. On the brink of death, she vented her frustration. If she had been stronger, she would not have been reduced to such a miserable state. Her determination hardened into a single, unwavering thought. I need to become stronger. When the rage subsided, she approached the corpse and searched it. She found a needle gun, the same device the doctor had injected himself with earlier. This thing must be a ZX mutant virus cell, right? She murmured. She was not certain, but the corpse carried nothing else, so she took it. She left the office building quickly, shooting several staggering zombies in the street, and continued down the road. Killing the doctor had been difficult, and she was seriously injured, in pain all over. but the third notification was abrupt. Death train departures were usually announced in advance, yet 24 hours was far too short. Worse, the timer was pegged to the doctor's time of death, which meant that if no one killed him, they would remain in the city of amnesia indefinitely, and the city's secret remained unsolved. 24 hours was clearly not enough. "Forget it," she said after a moment. "In that case, let's abandon this mission." The city of amnesia held 3 tasks. Completing 1 allowed a return to the death train. Completing 2 granted a special reward. Completing all 3 granted a special reward and unlocked the right to a 12-hour solo carriage challenge. Others might not know the purpose of a single-person carriage, but Thala did, thanks to memories from her previous life. The solo carriage was only open to players of gold rank or higher. After successfully completing the challenge, a player could use it, essentially a prop room. Only those who owned one were qualified to create special props, beyond comfort and luxury. It functioned as a workshop where props required self-sourced materials and carried directional or special effects. Props made there might not sell better than those from dining cars, but being tailored to the individual, they were usually the most suitable. Occasionally they sold far better. Thus, the reward for 3 tasks was actually the opportunity to unlock a solo carriage before reaching gold rank. Honestly, the opportunity was not very useful. First, the reward was merely the right to challenge. Failing the challenge meant throwing the reward away. Second, even with access, materials were still needed to craft anything. How many people had sufficient materials right now? Even she could refine at most 2 poison sacks. Entering a solo carriage would be basically meaningless. She was satisfied with 2 tasks and the special reward. If she had time, she would not mind investigating the city's secrets further. If not, she would leave it at that. "Then let's go back," she murmured. Aboard the death train, inside a luxurious single-seat carriage, a black-haired young man stared at the mirror before him. Suddenly he threw a punch, shattering it. Not satisfied, he overturned a table laden with exquisite tableware. "Damn it! How dare you ruin my plans," he roared, then gritted his teeth. Guards, no, I'm fine," he shouted, then immediately fell silent, sinking into his seat and lowering his head to think. Although his plans were ruined again, why had the death train arrived at the city of amnesia as its second stop? "Could this be a warning?" he murmured, then gritted his teeth. "Whether it's a warning or not, that kid has to die." Thalor returned to the death train. This time he wasn't the first back. 5 or 6 people were already in carriage 7. He ignored everyone, walked to a corner, sat down heavily, and closed his eyes to rest while panting. His injuries were serious, but as long as he reached the train, death wasn't a concern. Moreover, once the dining car opened, he could buy recovery potions. They weren't expensive. Until then, he just had to endure the pain. Fortunately, it was only 24 hours. They could get through it if they bore with it. Only 1 of the 3 tasks needed completion, and with so many zombie pathogen sites, plenty of people had returned within the time limit. He roughly estimated only 2 or 3 had been left behind this time, so the mortality rate was relatively low. A mysterious voice announced, "Welcome aboard the death train. I will lead you on your journey to survival. The death train will arrive in Sakura City in 7 hours. The 3rd death train station platform will launch a competition for death carriages, with the selected carriages being carriages 1, 6, 7, 12, 21, and 22. This death carriage battle mode is a battle royale, and the rules will be announced after we arrive in Sakura City. The designated car members will enter Sakura City to fight for an unlimited time. The death carriage battle will end when the number of humans participating in the battle decreases to 25. Each survivor of the death carriage battle will receive a half-point increase in physical attributes and a divine reward. After the death carriage competition ends, special rewards will be given in addition to the apocalypse rewards based on the rankings. Survivors of the death carriage will enter their own death carriage before reaching platform 4, indulging in luxurious pleasures before arriving at the next station, and will receive huge benefits as a result, including items, skills, or exemption from a station's missions. Death Carriage Battle Special Mission, Kill Ghostface General. Death Carriage Battle Special Mission, Kill Corpse Flower. Death Carriage Battle Special Mission, Find the primary organism of the mutated plant pathogen. Completing the Death Carriage Battle Special Mission will automatically grant you a promotion spot, allowing you to directly enter the Death Carriage. If you are killed before returning to the Death Train, the killer will automatically gain the promotion spot. The dining car will open in 5 minutes, and will last for 5 hours. When the train started moving again, the voice rang out at unusual length. Once it faded, The carriage erupted in chaos. Someone exclaimed in horror, asking if they were being forced to kill each other. Another cursed dealing with zombies wasn't enough. Now they had to kill each other too. A third shouted they wanted off, preferring the city of Amnesia where at least daytime was safe. Only a few people stayed quiet, silently observing the others and pondering the rules. Thalor was among them, though he didn't need to think. He'd participated in his previous life, more than once. At the same time, he felt only surprise and doubt. The death carriage battle followed a predictable pattern. Simply put, after passing through several platforms, many humans in the carriages died. Once survivors reached a certain threshold, the train merged carriages. The merging method was called the death carriage battle. The winner entered a carriage with higher specifications than ordinary ones. He remembered competing 3 times in his previous life and surviving each. But here was the strange part: before he'd participated because his carriage had been reduced to single digits, only 3 to 5 people, which triggered the battle. Yet carriage 7 still held at least 17 or 18 people. Even if other carriages had lost many and needed merging, carriage 7 shouldn't have been drawn. Besides, there were only 2 platforms so far. He didn't believe the passenger count had dropped enough to require combination. If that was the case, why start the battle now? He couldn't understand it, but since the announcement had been made, the battle was unchangeable. He considered it a while longer, then stopped. He firmly believed he would survive to the end. Meanwhile, 5 minutes passed quickly and the dining car opened. Inside, he went straight to the bar and asked for a healing potion. It was cheap, only 20 copper skull coins, a perk for those who survived and returned, usable only on the train. It instantly healed any injury. The proprietress handed it over. He drank it in one gulp and recovered rapidly. She smiled and asked if he had any good stuff this time, noting he was the only customer she ever served personally. "Of course," he said. After 2 stations, the dining car's functions had been fully utilized by everyone. A crowd had gathered at the bar, but only he was served by the proprietress. Everyone else dealt with the bartender. He said he wanted to exchange his reward first. "No problem," she replied. He produced a needle gun and asked if these were ZX mutated virus cells. She nodded. He continued, regarding the city of Amnesia's secret. People there captured humans as slaves and imprisoned them, and they seemed to be creating zombie pathogens too. He'd ultimately failed to uncover the full secret, but a guess was still possible. Something was clearly wrong with the slave district beneath the exhibition hall. Maybe he'd guessed correctly. Unfortunately, she smiled and shook her head, apologizing he'd only completed 2 tasks: destroying the zombie pathogen point and killing Dr. T to obtain the ZX mutated virus cells. He paused, hesitating. The secret of the city of Amnesia is that humans are there during the day but turn into zombies at night. At that moment, Fenwick suddenly sat down beside him. "There have never been any humans there." He turned to her. "You seem to know quite a lot. Comp Company researched an antidote to turn zombies back into humans, but it failed. After taking it, the zombies did revert, but only during the day, and their lifespans were greatly shortened. The failed antidote was the zombie pathogen. The reason it's released at night is because Comp Company is still researching it, constantly releasing new pathogens to gather zombies for experiments." The proprietress nodded and placed a small silver pistol on the table. "You destroyed the zombie pathogen and uncovered the secrets of the city of Amnesia, completing 2 tasks. This is your reward." Fenwick smiled, took the pistol and said, "Thank you." Thalor frowned. "But something's not right. There are still many questions. Why do memories only last for 24 hours? Is it because memories are erased after becoming a zombie? And Dr. T also used the zombie pathogen. What's going on with that slave district?" The proprietress smiled. "This task is considered complete once the secret is touched. It doesn't require detailed knowledge of the entire process. So what she has said is enough. If you want to know more and satisfy your curiosity, you can buy the complete information from me." Thalor hesitated. No need. He wasn't jealous of Fenwick receiving the special reward. He was genuinely curious. However, if it meant wasting skull coins to satisfy that curiosity, he definitely wouldn't do it. After all, the city of Amnesia was a thing of the past, so why bother exploring it so thoroughly? Fenwick suddenly interjected. "What are your thoughts on the next stop being the death carriage battle?" Thalor said coldly. "My opinion is that disturbing other people's shopping is a very impolite thing to do." She seemed used to his cold words and didn't seem to care at all, saying directly, "Then we'll talk about it later." Fenwick got up and left. Thalor said to the proprietress, "Same as always, I need to sell some things and buy some things at the same time. Please give me an estimate first." As he spoke, he placed the items on the table. In terms of quantity, he received fewer items than he did in Night City, but the quality was noticeably improved. These were Child of the Night's Heart mutated venom brains. Because of Devourer's enhanced venom sac, he took out Devourer's venom sac and human-faced bat's ancient bat blood. Among them, venomous brain matter is a material obtained from mutation, and its price will increase significantly. The second most valuable item is ancient bat blood, which comes from the corpses of ancient species and is generally quite expensive. The proprietress tidied up her things and said, "How about 30 silver skulls?" Thalor nodded. "Okay, then let's settle the accounts. This is your special reward as well as the potion reward you deposited." After completing the 2 missions, Fenwick received a small women's pistol as a special reward, while Thalor received a skill, not a weapon. Snake Bite, fantasy skill, attacks the enemy with a grip strength of 225 kilograms. If it pinches the neck, there is a 5% chance to trigger a crushing effect. The grip strength will increase without limit based on physical enhancement. Restriction: Snake Bite can only be activated with the left hand. A melee skill, simply put, involves grabbing a part of the enemy's body and crushing it. If it's the neck, you can ignore the opponent's defense or equipment, and there's a 5% chance that you'll crush their neck. Thalor tilted his head and thought for a moment. Among the fantasy skills, the combat skills were relatively weak. However, the price of fantasy skills is very high. Even the worst ones are no less than 100 silver skull coins. Overall, the ability is quite good in terms of price. As for the potion, it's an extra reward from Death Train after killing Devourer, besides strengthening the poison sac. It's not anything rare, but it's quite useful since it's a physical enhancement potion. He opened the bottle and drank it straight away. Intense pain began to sweep over his entire body. Thalor clenched his fists and gripped the edge of the bar tightly. In just an instant, his clothes were soaked with sweat. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the intense pain slowly subsided, and at the same time, a mysterious voice suddenly rang out. "Your physical fitness has improved by 0.98, and is currently at 5.35. In Death Train's assessment of physical fitness, 3 points is considered normal for a human, 3 to 4 points is considered excellent, 4 to 5 points is considered superhuman, exceeding the level of a normal person, and anything above 5 points is considered non-human. Of course, being non-human is not the end, but the beginning. Mutated zombies almost all have non-human physical attributes, while ordinary zombies generally have physical attributes of around 4 points. Although zombies cannot be considered living beings and are not human, using them as a direct measure is not very intuitive. However, it does show that only those with a physical fitness level of over 5 can physically compete with zombies. However, once your physical fitness score exceeds 5 points, it becomes very difficult to improve it further. In his previous life, he had taken more than 20 bottles of physical enhancement potions. After breaking through to the 5th point, each time he took one, he could not improve by more than 0.2, and most of the time, it was less than 0.1. Until the moment of his death, his physical attributes were only around 9.25, which was only because he had received a reward for directly improving his physical attributes when he completed a mission in his previous life. Having received the special reward and consumed a physical enhancement potion, Thalor said, "Give me a Crimson Flame Exploding Bomb." His Crimson Flame Exploding Bomb is almost used up. It is indeed very useful, so he naturally plans to buy another one. The proprietress nodded. "Anything else? Give me a list of abilities. I need abilities that cost less than 30 silver skull coins, excluding non-combat abilities and ranged abilities." She smiled. Very few. He knew that abilities were very expensive, but after carefully considering his current situation, he realized that abilities were the fastest way to improve his strength. At the same time, he believed that he had no shortage of ranged weapons, such as bows and arrows and Crimson Flame Exploding Bombs. His weakness was his melee ability. Once he was in close combat, his ability to fight back was clearly insufficient. He has also reflected on this point. In his previous life, he trusted others and built his own team. At that time, he was not alone. Therefore, in his previous life, he played the role of a hunter, mainly responsible for shooting targets from a distance. However, because of the betrayal in his previous life, he has no intention of forming a team in this life. If he wants to survive, the only person he can trust is himself. That is why powerful long-range methods alone are not enough. Admittedly, in the early stages, bows and arrows and firearms are the best options for survival, and ranged elimination is the preferred method for dealing with ordinary zombies. However, when faced with the powerful mutated zombie, its weaknesses became apparent. Both Child of the Night and Dr. T posed a significant threat to him, even putting him on the brink of life and death. However, he still has too few resources at his disposal. A mere 30 silver skull coins. Looking at the list of items, he really doesn't have any ability to satisfy him. The proprietress had listed only 5 or 6 close combat abilities, and their quality was generally mediocre. They weren't realistic fighting abilities so much as auxiliary tricks. Higher-level fantasy abilities were absent entirely. Apparently, fantasy abilities, whether melee, ranged, or supportive, were priced in gold skull coins. Thallo considered, then settled for second best. How about changing ability to skill? The distinction was simple. Abilities were broad and permanent, triggering continuously while conditions held. Skills were discrete moves. Iron Arm, for instance, granted a 15% increase in arm strength as long as you fought within 3 meters. Snakebite, Thalor's newly learned move, unleashed terrifying grip strength only on a successful hit. The more capable the ability, the weaker the corresponding skill, and the price reflected the category. If Snakebite permanently increased grip strength, it would be a fantasy ability costing at least 1 gold skull coin. As a fantasy skill, its value fell between 100 and 200 silver skull coins. Since the ability he wanted didn't exist, switching to a skill seemed acceptable. The proprietress lit a cigarette, drew a drag, and said, "Would you like to hear my advice?" Thallo frowned. It seems you're about to participate in the death carriage battle. What level of prize do you think it will be? He paused, then laughed as realization struck. I understand. I just like talking to smart people. Others might be unfamiliar with the death carriage battle. This was their first time, but Thalor knew exactly how brutal it was. And because of that brutality, the winner received enormous rewards. Merely entering offered additional prizes, and most importantly, it conferred the prestige the proprietress had mentioned. People from several carriages fought until only 25 remained, who were then merged into a single carriage. Such a slaughter, yet the reward was supposedly on par with a regular platform mission. Impossible. He cursed himself inwardly for the oversight. It was normal for others to miss it, but with his past life experience, failing to see it was a major error. Fortunately, the landlady had nudged him. Was melee combat ability important? Absolutely. But the next stop on the death train was the death carriage battle, and what he needed wasn't melee prowess so much as the ability to kill. Victory would yield special rewards far exceeding the average, potentially granting powerful abilities directly. The confusion lifted. He had a direction. He set his 2 pistols on the counter. I want to buy 2 pistols to replace these. Firearms were effective against ordinary zombies, less so against mutated zombies. Purely physically, the human body was more fragile than a typical zombie's, so standard firearms sufficed. But since he already carried guns, it made more sense to trade up for firearms that could also handle zombies, rather than keeping ordinary ones. After all, he smiled, during the death carriage battle, it's not like you don't have to face zombies. The proprietress smiled back, retrieved a silver gun case from beneath the bar, and set it on the counter. Inside lay a pair of pure silver pistols, classic HK-USP models fitted with infrared tech, thorn patterns engraved on the grips. Thalor lifted them. In the next instant, the thorn patterns on the handles seemed to come alive, climbing up his hands and spreading along his forearms. When he raised an arm, the pattern on his forearm matched the engraving on the grip perfectly, without a gap. 30 silver skull coins? She nodded. I'll throw in 2 extra boxes of ammunition, 1 box of demon-breaking rounds, 1 box of silver rounds, 100 rounds each. I'll want a few extra magazines. Magazines mattered. In combat, there was no time to reload loose rounds. Spares came preloaded, ready to swap. The proprietress considered, then said, "Done." The accessories weren't valuable, so she agreed readily and handed him 6 empty magazines. He packed everything and said, "Happy transaction. I hope we meet again. Trust me, we might meet again before we reach platform 4. He picked up the case and left. After all that deliberation, he had bought only a pair of dual pistols. It felt like wasted time, but he didn't think so. He had talked with the shop owner, studied the item list, exercised his judgment. Those things mattered. They let him see his shortcomings more clearly, understand what he needed, and plan a reasonable path. Growing stronger wasn't an overnight feat. It was a long, arduous road, and he had a strange feeling that this death carriage battle might become a major turning point on that road. Back in carriage 7, Thalos sat in a corner watching a few passengers shout down the aisle, whipping up sentiment. Their pitch was simple: the carriage was the team's core, and everyone should unite against the rest. He offered no opinion, nor did he seem as opposed as Dern had been during his own rabble-rousing. Dern had acted from self-interest. This unity, by contrast, was the sound play. In theory, the death carriage battle would leave 25 survivors, and carriage 7 currently held 18 or 19 people. Everyone could make it. Cooperation was also possible when interests aligned. In his previous life, the battle only began once carriage populations had dwindled to an average of 5 to 7 per carriage, with far more carriages involved, the ideal squad size. Forming squads by carriage to fight the enemy was the correct approach. Experience told him the battle was essentially a group battle by carriage at the start. As numbers dropped, conflicts would emerge and it would evolve into individual combat. Still, early teaming had advantages, and refusing while others grouped up would be a disadvantage, yet he had no intention of joining. He didn't need help, nor did he intend to offer any. Unlike in the City of Amnesia, he believed he held the greatest advantage in Sakura City. Team or not, he had never reached the City of Amnesia in his last life, but he had been to Sakura City. Since he wasn't joining the fray, he simply reviewed his character information. Thalor, human, male, 23 years old, rank, silver 3-star. Privileges, access to Death Train main car 7 and character profile information. Position, none. Strength, 111. Physical fitness, 101. Agility, 99. Mental strength, 85. Skull coins, 6 silver, 525 copper. Weapons, Black Hawk compound bow with 63 arrows. Advanced tactics, Alaska harpoon survival knife. Silver thorn dual pistols, hard and sharp silver scimitar. Equipment, stab-proof vest, tactical gloves, tactical belt, sniper goggles. Items, crimson flame exploding bomb, colorful clouds hiding the moon. Skills, basic comprehensive combat mastery, advanced sharpshooter mastery, junior automobile construction mastery, junior automobile machinery mastery, snakebite. With the silver thorn, the snakebite skill and enhanced physical attributes, he had reached silver 3-star. 2 physical stats now exceeded 100, demonstrating superhuman ability. Nothing else had changed. 7 hours was neither short nor long. After the City of Amnesia battle, he took the chance to rest. Physical injuries were draining but healable with potions. Mental fatigue was not so easily relieved. He wanted to be at his best upon reaching Sakura City. 7 hours later, the death train slowed into the station, an open-air wooden platform weathered with age. Pink cherry blossoms fell from the sky, beautiful, though he suspected no one would care for the scenery for long. He remained seated, planning to wait until everyone else left, but Fenwick unexpectedly settled beside him. Everyone's discussing teams now, and they've actually formed them. Don't you have any thoughts? You mean team up with you? What can you do for me? I admit a direct team wouldn't help you much, but we can cooperate differently. For example, I'll join another team and you set a trap. I'll lure people in and you kill them all, especially when the count nears 25. If we eliminate a group at once, we both safely make the list. Thala glanced at her. She had grown, transformed from a human into a venomous snake. She had also figured out his temperament. She didn't expect him to protect her, knowing he never would. The man before her didn't know what it meant to cherish women. He was more cold-blooded than she'd imagined. The key to her proposal was sacrifice, not theirs, but her own companions were necessary to ensure she became one of the final 25. She lacked the ability to wipe out a group alone, so she wanted him as her weapon. He stood. Your suggestion is good, but I'm not interested. It benefits me nothing. I don't need this method to survive to the end. Find someone else. He walked toward the platform exit, holding her in contempt. What caused his death in his previous life? A bunch of scum who betrayed him. He resented it, but he wouldn't agree with it. Still, despite his disdain, he didn't think her approach was wrong. Any means to survive in the apocalypse were acceptable. The rule was to stop at nothing. Lost in thought, he stepped off the platform. Outside the death train station, he paused in front of a tea and snack shop. The city radiated Japanese charm, ancient-style buildings, streets paved with old stone or cobblestone. Cherry blossoms grew everywhere. When the wind blew, petals scattered, giving the city its name. First-time visitors might think they'd traveled back in time, but Sakura City was actually a film studio built to resemble an ancient setting, so well constructed that no flaws were visible. He sat at a tea house called Ebonreach. The death carriage battle differed from normal arrivals. Usually each platform entrance led to a fixed location. During the battle, destinations were completely random, scattering everyone. Otherwise, a group appearing together would spark a chaotic melee, benefiting others. The train didn't want victory decided by luck. After all participants arrived, before combat began, the mysterious voice would announce the rules. Even though he knew them from his previous life, hearing them again wouldn't hurt. The mysterious voice rang out just as Thaler had anticipated, laying out the rules of the death carriage battle. The combat zone was confined to Sakura City. Every 12 hours a restricted zone would manifest. Anyone who remained inside for longer than 30 minutes would simply die. For each kill, the victor would randomly receive one item the victim had carried. Thalor laughed. The landlady had given him hints about the rewards for surviving, but she had not known the rules, nor had she known he had been granted a second life. Her reminder had been enough to let him see the design behind this one. The more people you killed, the more you gained. A simple, sinister engine for slaughter. The battle's start was puzzling. They had passed through only 2 death train station platforms. How many contestants could possibly hold anything worthwhile? That scarcity weakened the incentive, yet the lure remained. Thalor found himself hoping a few oblivious fools would come hunting him. Even trash loot accumulated, and back in the dining car it would still sell for a windfall. Every 3 hours everyone's position would be refreshed, and 3 players would be randomly selected and broadcast to the rest. Supply crates would drop every 6 hours, stocked with food, water, weapons, equipment, and items usable only in this battle. The voice signed off with a cheerful wish for a speedy recovery. The last 2 rules were no less cruel. Announcing 3 locations was an open invitation to hunt them down. The supply crates were equally insidious. Useful gear, yes, but their positions were public, guaranteeing a bloodbath for anyone who wanted them. Thaler rolled his neck and set off down the street. 5 minutes later he encountered a shambling pack of zombies. The rules had not mentioned them, but he knew the death carriage battle and the undead were technically separate, though death by zombie still counted as elimination. He drew the silver thorn. Perfect chance to test it. The left pistol held demon-breaking rounds, devastating against zombies. The right held silver bullets which boosted lethality against anything. He raised the left and fired. The round struck a zombie in the chest and the creature's torso exploded, the body splitting in 2. "This power," he murmured. "It is terrifying." A zombie's weak points were the head and neck, yet the silver thorn made any hit fatal. With the body shattered, even survival meant immobility. He switched to the right pistol and fired at another zombie. The silver bullet punched a fist-sized hole through its chest, but the thing kept coming, claws outstretched. A second shot took its head clean off. The silver round's boost was less monstrous than the demon breakers, which was expected. Demon breakers were specialized, while silver offered a general increase. Overall, he was satisfied. His old handguns had been useless against mutated zombies, barely adequate for regular ones. That problem was solved. The gunfire drew the rest of the pack. Without a word, he fired both pistols in rapid succession, cutting down every zombie that lunged. When the last one fell, Thalor glanced at the house beside the street. "I have run out of bullets," he called out. "You can come out now." Silence answered. He sneered. "Aren't you just waiting for your chance? If you don't show yourselves soon, I'm going to reload." 3 men stepped from the wooden house and fanned into a triangular formation around him. "Kid, blame your bad luck." One sneered. "Let's use you as a starting point." He drew a knife, hesitated a heartbeat, then lunged. This was the end times. Kill or be killed. Most people chose without hesitation. The blade swung and passed through empty air. The attacker's momentum carried him 2 steps forward. All 3 froze. "Where was Thaler? Are you looking for me?" His voice came from the wall of the adjacent house. He leaned there, arms crossed, watching them. No one had seen him move. This was the terror of the inhuman stage, where physical enhancement exceeded 5 points. "Don't you wonder why I emptied my guns knowing you were hiding?" Thalor said. "Killing you with bullets would be a waste." He blurred forward, covering 3 or 4 meters in an instant, appearing before the man who had struck first. The man flinched, instinctively raising his knife again. Thalor dropped low, seized the wrist, and executed a clean over-the-shoulder throw. He twisted the arm and drove the knife into the man's chest. A muffled thud. The victim's pupils contracted, blood bubbled from his mouth, and his clothes darkened. "If you want to kill, you must be prepared to be killed," Thalor said. "That is fair, isn't it?" The moment Thalor finished speaking, he threw himself aside, dodging a scimitar swinging down toward his skull. His comprehensive combat mastery engaged instantly. Even as he moved, he drove a punch into his opponent's ribs. The man's face contorted, but Thalor gave him no chance to cry out. A roundhouse kick shattered the man's knee, and he collapsed with a heavy thud. Thalor seized the falling fighter by the hair, drew his silver scimitar and drew it across the exposed throat. "Have a safe journey." In half a minute he had killed 2 people. The third, thoroughly terrified, let out a shriek when Thalor turned after dropping the second corpse. He threw down his weapon and fled. Thalor had no intention of letting him escape. He sheathed the silver blade and drew the Black Hawk compound bow. A soft puff marked the release, and the arrow blurred forward, piercing the runner's back before he hit the ground. Congratulations on killing a participant. Total kills 1. You have obtained the opponent's item, Beginner Boxing Mastery. Congratulations on killing a participant. Total number 2. You have obtained the following item from the opponent: 10,000 compressed biscuits. Congratulations on killing a participant. Total kills 3. Obtained the opponent's item, Sharp Knife Leg Scimitar. Thalor shook his head with a wry smile. These 3 were undoubtedly the worst performers in the Death Carriage battle. Their loot proved it. Killing them had been no harder than dispatching 3 zombies. He ignored the Beginner Boxing Mastery entirely. It was useless to him, and the system forced him to learn it immediately, denying him any chance to bring it back to his dining car for sale. The 10,000 times compressed biscuits, however, held some value. As the name suggested, the palm-sized package contained 10,000 compressed biscuits, a provision sold on the death train that made a decent food reserve. As for the kukri, he left it where it fell. It was not a death train weapon, merely an ordinary blade that would fetch few copper skull coins, and his silver scimitar was far superior. Leaving the 3 corpses behind, he pressed onward. He needed shelter before nightfall, when the death train was scheduled to arrive. "Let's just find somewhere to spend the night," he murmured. "Tomorrow, I'll go find corpse flour." Thalor had been to Sakura City in his previous life. He knew the locations of the 3 announced missions: killing Ghostface General, killing corpse flour, and finding the source of the mutated plant disease. Most participants would likely ignore these special tasks and focus on hiding, believing they only needed to survive until 25 remained. Even those who pursued the missions would need to gather clues. It was not something they could accomplish on a whim. But Thalor prioritized the special missions. Completing one would directly secure a spot, and he knew, though the mysterious voice had never said it, that special missions carried rewards. The rewards for the final 25 survivors differed. First, those who secured spots through special missions received the best rewards. Second, the death train ranked players by kill count. More kills meant better rewards. These were hidden rules, and revealing them would incite fierce competition. Thalor did not understand why the death train kept them secret. In his previous life, some speculated the hidden rewards were revealed each cycle, allowing people to guess patterns. Others thought the train reserved a sliver of luck for weaker participants. No definitive conclusion existed before he died. Many tried studying these hidden rules while completing published tasks for better rewards. Regardless, Thalor benefited now he knew everything from the start. Lost in thought, he stopped before a house. "This one will do, looks pretty good." He stepped inside, but every hair on his body stood on end. He threw himself backward, clearing 2 or 3 meters before checking his ankle. A sharp pain lanced through his foot. His sock was already stained red. Without looking, he knew he was wounded. He glanced toward the doorway and spotted an extremely thin, razor-sharp thread stretched across the frame. If caught, it would have severed both legs. Only his superhuman reflexes had saved him. "This appears to be a trap designed to prevent entry," he muttered. Then donned his sedative goggles. Through the lenses, he saw a red figure in the room, back pressed against the wall. "So someone beat me to it," he chuckled. Bad luck. He immediately drew the Black Hawk compound bow, nocked a piercing arrow, and fired at the red shadow. The arrow punched through the wooden wall and buried itself in the figure, the impact sending the body flying forward.
"You think you can hide behind a wall?"
he sneered. As he spoke, he stepped over the wire trap, but suddenly halted and sprinted sideways. There had been no notification from the mysterious voice. If the arrow had truly killed the opponent, the announcement would have appeared. Sure enough, gunshots erupted as an arm emerged from behind the door, firing continuously outward. He lunged to the ground, rolling into the alley beside the house. Looking up the wall, he saw the red figure crawling toward the other side. He raised his pistols and fired at the wall. Bullets tore through the wood and into the room. The figure sprang up, flipped a table, and ducked behind it. Thalos scanned the area, then leaped, stepping on the wall, grabbing the eaves and vaulting onto the roof. He sprinted across the tiles toward the red figure, holstered his pistols, drew the Black Hawk compound bow, nocked the piercing arrow, and aimed at the roof. Thalos released the bowstring. The arrow punched through the roof and dropped toward its target. But the red figure flashed sideways the instant the string snapped, letting the shaft bury itself in the dirt. Thalos lowered the bow, surprise and doubt warring on his face. Does this guy have similar gadgets? It wasn't evasion, not really. The figure had moved before the arrow flew, as if the shot had been telegraphed. At the same moment, the red figure raised a hand and fired at the roof. Gunshots cracked. Thalos sprinted, rolled, and came up at the rear of the house, sucking in a breath. Didn't expect to run into a master this soon. He rose and edged along the wall, watching. The figure had retreated to a corner, guarded. Thalos lifted his bow, drew, aimed. The figure didn't flinch. Thalos frowned. The opponent had predicted his first shot, so he must have something like Xingyao goggles to pinpoint location. But when the figure fired at the roof, the shots hadn't tracked Thalos' actual path, and now, with Thalos drawing a bead, the figure showed no awareness of his position. Thalos hesitated, then loosed. The arrow tore through the wall. The red figure moved the instant the wood splintered, but not quite fast enough. The shaft grazed a shoulder, opening a bright gash. Thalos' doubts deepened. One moment the enemy predicted his attacks, the next he was blind to Thalos' position. What was the game? He glanced at the wall, and understanding clicked. His eyes sharpened. Footsteps. The house was wood, steps at the entrance, corridors flanking the door, a roof that creaked under weight. Sound carried. When Thalos moved, the enemy heard him. When he stood still, the enemy lost him. No more hesitation. Thalos knocked, drew, and shot through the wall again. The arrow punched straight through and sank into the figure's left arm. The red figure dropped, then lunged for the door. How could I let you escape so easily? Thalos snatched 3 arrows, knocked them together, and fired in rapid succession through the wall. The figure was experienced, weaving an S pattern, dropping and rising, making a clean shot impossible. All 3 missed. The red figure flipped through the gate. Thalos burst from the side alley. They met in the open, eyes locking. Thalos laughed, startled. So it was you, he knew the man. Human Carriage 7. When Thalos had first boarded the death train, 2 men and a woman were already in that carriage. This was one of them. Early 20s, simple white tracksuit, not a speck of ash or zombie blood on it. Thalos had known then, either luck that would make Lady Luck jealous, or genuine strength. Now he had his answer. Thalos tilted his head. Your name's Brielle, isn't it? Brightforge? I heard someone call you that in the carriage. Brielle glanced at Thalos, then at the arrow in his shoulder. He twisted the shaft, wrenched it free, and let it fall. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were dangerous. You give off something different from everyone else. Thalos grinned. You're different from the good-for-nothings. Thank you for the compliment. Brielle's voice flattened. Unfortunately, one of us is destined to die right now. He moved mid-sentence, wrist flick. 2 throwing knives, each half a palm long, flew from his hand. Conversation as distraction, then violence. 7 or 8 meters. The knives crossed the distance in a heartbeat. Thalos' enhanced reflexes saved him. He threw himself backward before the blades arrived. Not quite enough. One grazed his cheek and buried itself in the wall behind him, the other sank into his shoulder. Thalos groaned, hit the ground, and kipped up in a single fluid motion. The silver thorn was in his hand, barking fire at Brielle. Brielle darted sideways, vanishing into the alley between 2 wooden houses. Ignoring the pain, Thalos gave chase. He scaled the wall, vaulted onto the roof, and ran the ridgeline to the rear of the house. Empty. Thalos froze. He'd taken the high ground to cut Brielle off. No one. Impossible. Brielle couldn't be that fast. Which meant he was still in the alley. Thalos sprinted to the alley's edge and peered down. Brielle launched upward, seized Thalos' ankle, and yanked. Thalos slammed into the ground. Before he could breathe through the impact, Brielle was on him. A kick sent the silver thorns skittering away. A punch drove for Thalor's face. Thalor turned his head, blocked with his forearm, and drove a knee into Brielle's waist, shoving him back. Both men surged to their feet at the same instant and collided, fists and elbows and knees blurring in the tight space. Thalor discovered that Brielle was very strong, genuinely, startlingly strong. Physically, Brielle was definitely inferior. Thalor had already downed 2 bottles of physical enhancement drugs and 1 bottle of golden genetic serum, pushing his body to a superhuman level. Yet Brielle wasn't far behind, at least at the level of an outstanding human being. If he hadn't taken any enhancements, it could only mean his natural physical abilities were already formidable. Before boarding the death train, they might have already exceeded 4 points. Then there was combat experience. Brielle was highly skilled, seemingly mastering various fighting techniques: boxing, judo, Muay Thai, sanda, and grappling. His style closely resembled Thalor's own comprehensive combat, an integration of multiple combat styles, but with key differences. Thalor could clearly sense that after mastering basic comprehensive combat mastery, their technical foundations were roughly equal, with Brielle possibly holding a slight edge. However, in every move and technique, Brielle's choices were better, more reasonable, more skillful. This suggested that if he also possessed comprehensive combat skills, he was likely at an intermediate or even advanced level. The death train only sold beginner-level comprehensive combat mastery. Advancement came through training. Of course, there were exceptions, like Thalor's advanced sharpshooter mastery. His own excellent archery had allowed him to skip straight to advanced after learning the basics. In other words, if Brielle already possessed these fighting skills, learning the beginner mastery could have vaulted him directly to intermediate or advanced. This made Thalor curious about the man's life before the apocalypse. Proficient in combat, rich in experience, capable of setting traps, even his knife-throwing might not have come from the train, but from prior knowledge. A gunshot rang out. At that moment, Brielle drove another punch into Thalor's stomach, staggering him backward. But as his opponent closed in, a flash of silver appeared. Thalor had drawn his silver scimitar and swung. Brielle dodged back, then looked down at his chest. His tracksuit had been ripped open. Face frosty, he tore off the ruined garment and tossed it aside, revealing well-defined muscles. He wasn't bulky, but surprisingly cut underneath. After shedding the outer layer, he pulled a black combat knife from his waist, the renowned Jungle King, holding it horizontally across his chest as he stared at Thalor. Thalor licked his lips and lowered his stance. The 2 men faced off, then simultaneously lunged. Metal clashed. The silver scimitar met the Jungle King, sparks flying with a clear ring. They passed each other, but in the instant their backs turned, both swept their arms backward. A second clang rang out. Then they strained, each trying to overpower the other. In pure strength, Brielle was no match. Those enhancement potions weren't for nothing. Little by little, Thalor forced the Jungle King down toward his opponent's shoulder. The scimitar's edge was incredibly sharp. When it touched flesh, it cut a wound, bright red blood welling instantly. Brielle grunted, then drove a knee into Thalor's waist, creating separation before turning and fleeing. Thalor gave chase, and both burst from the alley. Realizing he couldn't match Thalor's speed, Brielle immediately spun and swung the Jungle King. Another metallic clash. The next instant, Brielle swept his leg, catching Thalor at the waist. Thalor gritted his teeth through the pain and suddenly produced the Alaska harpoon, driving it deep into his opponent's calf. "You can't kill me," he ground out. "Nobody can kill me." He twisted the harpoon viciously, tearing a chunk of flesh free, then yanked it out in a spray of blood. Brielle was tough, sweat beaded his forehead from the agony, yet he didn't utter a sound. Dragging his injured leg, he slammed into Thalor, shoving him aside, then quickly created distance. His hand flipped, 2 throwing knives appearing in his palm, flying toward Thalor. The latter tilted his head to dodge one and blocked the second with his scimitar, then prepared to charge again. But at that moment, a bang sounded. Both men ducked instinctively, then turned toward the street's far end, where a small team of 8 approached, clearly allied for the death carriage battle. Spotting the 2 locked in combat, their faces lit with excitement. "These 2 aren't from our carriage," someone shouted. "Kill them!" Thalor and Brielle exchanged a glance, silent understanding passing between them, then bolted without hesitation. Brielle took the opposite side of the street while Thalor retreated into the alley, snatching up the silver thorn his opponent had kicked away, then sprinting out and forward. The moment he cleared the alley, Another gunshot cracked behind him. The squad had split, 4 pursuing each target. Thalor cursed. There are clearly 2 of them, why don't they pursue Brielle? Gunfire erupted continuously. He rolled, smashed through a wooden door and tumbled inside, pressing against the wall, panting. Peering out the window, he saw 4 armed men slowly approaching the gate. They weren't all chasing him, they divided their forces. Thalor licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading. You're asking for death yourselves, so don't blame me for being ruthless. The 8-man team would have been suicide if they'd stayed together, armed, coordinated, and too many for even enhanced reflexes to handle. But they'd split. 4 at the door. That was a number he could work with. He settled the sedative goggles across his eyes and studied the red silhouettes through the glass. They advanced cautiously, weapons raised, unwilling to breach the threshold. Smart, but caution had a smell, and he knew it well. A thin smile cut his face. From his pack he withdrew colorful clouds hiding the moon, extracted the metal trigger bar, and tossed it toward the entrance. It struck the floor with a sharp clatter and immediately hissed, billowing thick smoke into the doorway. Back! Back off! A voice shouted. Careful, it's poison! He smiled again, then moved. Not through the door, he smashed the side window and vaulted into the cloud. The smoke was peculiar. Beyond half a meter, targets vanished entirely. At 1.5 meters, even outlines dissolved. But the enemy's blindness wasn't his. He wore the Valewood spectacles. The proprietress had recommended them as a paired set, and he'd agreed without hesitation. He closed on the nearest man. The target didn't react until the barrel swung toward him, but by then a hand had already seized his wrist. The gunshot cracked harmlessly into the sky. A hooked leg swept the man down, and the Alaska harpoon drove twice into the exposed neck. Eyes widening, the man clawed at his throat, arterial spray painting the smoke. He didn't pause. Darting sideways, he used his own footsteps as bait. The remaining 3 opened fire at the sound, and a scream tore through the volley. One of their own collapsed, riddled by friendly fire. A flash of silver finished him, slashing across the throat. 2 dead in heartbeats. The last 2 hesitated, the friendly fire incident freezing their trigger fingers. Hiding like a coward, one shouted. Come out if you dare, I'm out. The voice came from directly behind him. What do you want? The man whipped around, gun rising, then saw only a flash of silver in the smoke. The silver scimitar descended, severing the right hand at the wrist before the trigger could depress. He stepped inside the guard and drove the blade deep into the abdomen, a wet tearing sound as he drew it upward, spilling ruined organs, then shoved the corpse aside. Only one left. His voice drifted softly through the haze. The final man's legs trembled. 2 stumbling steps backward caught between flight and paralysis. A soft thwip, an arrow punched through his forehead and exited the back of his skull. System notifications chimed in succession. Congratulations on killing a participant. Total kills, 4. You have obtained the opponent's item, Beginner Boxing Mastery. Congratulations on killing a participant. Total kills, 5. You have obtained the opponent's item, Electric Trap. Congratulations on killing a participant. Total kills, 6. You have obtained the participant's item, Wilderness Survival Water Bottle. Congratulations on killing the participant. Total number, 7. Obtained the opponent's item, a standard Type 92 pistol. 7 kills. The loot was disappointing. Beginner Boxing Mastery, second time it had dropped. Useless then, useless now. If the system handed out mastery skills, the least it could do was offer something applicable. The Type 92 was equally worthless, an ordinary sidearm, not a death train weapon. With the silver thorn he wouldn't glance at it twice. The Wilderness Survival Water Bottle wasn't a train item either, and he had no interest in drinking from a dead man's container. The electric shock trap, though, that had potential. 2 metal plates, attachable to floor or wall, 1.5 meter radius. Anyone entering the zone took a 100-volt shock. Theoretically, anything below 36 volts was safe. Above that could kill depending on circumstances. Clothing, physiology, contact method, all affected the current. He'd once read a news report about someone surviving hundreds of volts, but even if the trap didn't kill, the paralysis alone made it valuable. At the dining car, it would probably fetch 2 or 3 silver skull coins. He pocketed the trap, glanced at the fully dark sky, and melted into the night. 15 minutes of running brought no human encounters, only zombies. To avoid drawing attention, he snapped their necks barehanded, then ducked into a wooden house. Unlike the previous two cities, Sakura City had no day-night distinction. Zombie numbers didn't surge at night or vanish by day. Still, hiding after dark was generally wise. Humans weren't nocturnal unless they'd acquired a night adaptation ability on the death train. Even with the Veilwood Spectacle's night vision, moving freely at night remained difficult. After securing the doors and windows, he recalled Brielle's example and rigged the electric shock trap beneath the floorboards by the entrance before settling in to wait. Thalor ate a few biscuits and drank some mineral water, then tended to his wounds. He could not return to the death train, so he had to manage on his own and endure until the end. The death carriage battle still carried an element of luck. Even a strong fighter could be left badly injured after facing someone like Brielle in succession. Winning every fight might not be enough to last until the final 25 were decided. Some contestants excelled at hiding for days or weeks, emerging only when 25 survivors remained without ever fighting a battle. This was not speculation. It had happened in his previous life. Avoiding combat was a valid tactic. Those who thought only of killing, or who believed their strength made them the hunter and everyone else prey, died the fastest. "I need a strategy," Thalor murmured. Fighting 3 times right after leaving the death train was unwise. He had reached 7 kills. By the standards of his previous life, that put him far ahead. Yet only a few hours had passed since the platform, and such a high frequency of battles was dangerous. He intended to avoid combat for now. The fiercest fighting would begin once the survivor count neared the final 25, and he did not want to suffer serious injuries or exhaust himself too early. Sometimes, though, you could not simply choose not to fight just because you wanted to. As he considered his options, the mysterious voice rang out. "The current locations of the 3 individuals are the southeastern Shrine Torii Gate of Sakura City, the southwestern Maple Bird Temple of Sakura City, and the outer Heizenji Temple of Sakura City." Once the 3 hours were up, the system announced the exact positions of 3 contestants. Thalor was not among them. None of the locations were near his position by the city center. Even so, he had no intention of hunting the 3 whose positions had been revealed. It was not mercy. The rules themselves were a conspiracy to incite fighting, especially with targets relatively close. People would instinctively want to investigate, and it might turn into a chaotic brawl. He simply snorted and ignored the announcement. However, temptation was called temptation because it was often difficult to resist, even when one knew the danger. 6 hours later, the supply boxes began to drop. "The supply crate will be deployed soon. There is 1 supply crate in total. The contents of the crate are 1 kilogram of food, 5 liters of fresh water, and the Star of the Finland." When the voice sounded, Thalor snapped his eyes open and cursed. Food and water were not a problem. Everyone had just arrived in Sakura City and stocked up, so no one was short on supplies. But the allure of the Star of the Finland was immense. The Star of the Finland, whose real name was the TRG-42 high-precision sniper rifle, was chambered in .338 Lapua mag. It could kill prey at distances up to 2,000 meters, a high-end sniper rifle combining accuracy, destructive power, and portability. It was not well known. Many recognized it only because it looked very similar to the famous AWP, and mistakenly believed it was a derivative of that series. In reality, the Star of the Finland was in no way inferior to the AWP, though its sales and popularity were far lower. The focus now, however, was that this was a sniper rifle. Sniper rifles had always been deadly weapons, and technological advancements had made their use increasingly simple. In theory, becoming an excellent sniper was difficult, but using a sniper rifle was very simple. A teenager who knew how to aim and pull the trigger could kill a target from a distance. As far as Thalor knew, it was currently almost impossible for anyone to possess a sniper rifle. Among guns sold on the death train, sniper rifles were the most expensive. None were priced below 500 silver skull coins. They had only been through the death train station platform twice so far. Who could have that much money? His 2 endorsements totaled less than 100 silver skull coins. At the same time, sniper rifles were strictly controlled firearms, unobtainable at will even in countries where guns were not banned. The probability of acquiring one before boarding or in Night City or City of Amnesia was extremely low. Deploying the Star of the Finland during the death carriage battle was undoubtedly a devastating blow, allowing long-range sniping from hundreds of meters away with virtually no chance of defense. He immediately rose and left the house. In this situation, how could one not resort to robbery? Even if he could not get it himself, even if he destroyed it, he could not let anyone else have it. After stepping out of the cabin, he first drew his gun and shot down several zombies lingering nearby, then looked up at the sky. A moment later, he faintly heard the sound of a propeller. Soon, a helicopter flew by in the distance, and an iron box was dropped. Not bad luck. Thalor licked his lips. It's relatively close to where I am, but there should be quite a few people rushing over, so I need to hurry. Also, I don't know if anyone is even closer. He left quickly, running down the street. The supply crate had a parachute attached, and a light bulb or something similar emitted a red glow. This was truly malicious, as if they were afraid everyone would not find the spot. And what was the result of everyone finding their spots? Scramble. Chaos. Death. However, he was already used to this. Having experienced his previous life, he already knew the death train was definitely not a refuge. As its name suggested, it would bring more death to everyone. But so what? The death train remained the only hope for survival. All one could do was try to climb out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As he ran, he suddenly stopped. A red shadow had appeared in the Valewood spectacles. The red figure had been running, then stopped abruptly. Clearly, when Thalor spotted the other person, they had also spotted him. Thalor didn't move, probing to see if the stranger intended to start a war now or had reached a tacit agreement to find the supply crate first. After all, if the two of them fought here, the boxes might be taken by someone else. The crimson silhouette remained motionless. Thalor smiled, a slight upturn to his lips. This meant the other party wasn't willing to back down. If he retreated, the stranger might not pursue but instead continue toward the supply crate. Unfortunately, Thalor could accept the other side backing down. If they chose to withdraw, he wouldn't chase. However, he could not accept backing down himself. Then let the war begin. Thalor suddenly removed the Black Hawk compound bow, drew the bowstring, and nocked a piercing arrow. The arrow hissed through the air, piercing through two buildings as it streaked toward the red figure. The target suddenly moved, quickly darting sideways to avoid the shot. Thalor wasn't surprised. Shooting through two buildings in succession made quite a commotion. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would avoid it. The next instant, the crimson figure swiftly climbed onto a rooftop, and the two came face to face. He was a man in his early 30s, powerfully built, wearing camouflage clothing and night vision goggles, and carrying an M60 machine gun. Almost instantly upon meeting, the stranger holding the machine gun in one hand and pulling out an ammunition belt with the other began spraying bullets. The weapon hammered out a rapid rhythm in the quiet night, the sound particularly noticeable. Thalor immediately sprinted away, smashing the ground and floorboards behind him, and sending up countless stone chips. He flipped over and hid behind a building. "Damn pervert," he cursed under his breath, back pressed against the wall. The machine gun's recoil was terrifying. M60s were usually mounted on vehicles or tripods for firing. This guy actually stood and fired one-handed. Most importantly, he was quite accurate and his firepower considerable. Thalor guessed the man had probably taken drugs to enhance his physical abilities. Meanwhile, after taking cover, the camouflaged man stopped firing, no angle to shoot, so even penetrating rounds would be useless. He jumped off the roof, intermittently firing toward Thalor's position while slowly advancing to find a better angle. The wall beside Thalor was smashed instantly, wood chips flying everywhere. Thalor cursed again, pulled out a crimson flame, exploding bomb, extracted a crystal, and threw it. Although the camouflaged man didn't know what had been thrown, he instinctively turned and ran. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted as an explosion blossomed, followed by a burst of intense heat that scattered thick black smoke in all directions, rolling like waves. However, Thalor knew he hadn't killed the other party. The mysterious voice hadn't appeared, and the red figure in the Valewood spectacles goggles was still there. He hadn't been aiming to finish the job in one blow. He hadn't even looked before throwing the bomb, his only goal to force a retreat. Having achieved that, Thalor drew the silver thorn, smashed a side window and climbed inside. His firepower was inferior, so he needed to exploit his advantages. What was his biggest edge right now? The sex drugs. Although the enemy also wore night vision goggles, their field of vision would be affected. Furthermore, they couldn't determine his location by looking through walls. But Thalor could. After entering the house, he continued tracking the opponent's position via the Valewood spectacles goggles. Perhaps stunned by the explosion, the camouflaged man hadn't moved, instead leaning against a building wall on the far side. Thalor wouldn't let such an opportunity slip. He climbed out a window on the opposite side of the building and fired. With a loud bang, the gunshot rang especially clear in the night. As it sounded, the camouflaged man cried out in pain and immediately dropped to one knee. Thallo had shot through his calf. The next instant, the man endured the agony, raised the machine gun, and began firing again, the raucous gunfire resuming. Thallo shrank back behind the wall, wondering if he should buy a beginner's shooting manual, if he survived the death carriage battle. He had aimed for the chest. His marksmanship wasn't bad. He had a foundation in archery. But even with night vision, the Veilwood spectacles goggles affected his field of view, so the miss wasn't surprising. At the same time, the machine gun fire stopped. Thalor sneered, removed his coat, and tossed it out of the alley. The weapon hammered another rapid rhythm. The moment the jacket flew, gunfire that had just ceased erupted again, riddling the garment with bullet holes. Thalor sneered. He had seen through this little trick long ago, feigning empty magazines to lure him out. So what about now? After another burst, had the enemy actually run dry? He was uncertain and didn't intend to risk it. Thalor tossed a metal bar with colorful clouds hiding the moon out of the alley. Thick smoke immediately billowed in all directions. Using the cover, he darted from the alley and charged the opponent. The camouflaged man hadn't run out of bullets after all. He paused at the smoke plume, then immediately raised his machine gun and fired again, proving he still had ammunition. Faced with the colorful clouds hiding the moon, he couldn't see Thalor at all. All he could do was sweep horizontally, covering a wide area to force a retreat. But at that very moment, a figure suddenly dropped from the building behind the camouflaged man. Immediately afterward, a silver scimitar pressed against his throat. Thalor asked, "Excuse me, are you looking for me?" The gunshot stopped abruptly. The next instant, the silver scimitar grazed the man's neck, and a spurt of blood splattered across the ground. The body hit the earth with a heavy thud. The camouflaged man lay there, eyes wide, making choking sounds as his body convulsed, his face frozen in an unseeing look of death. Congratulations on defeating the participant. Total kills, 8. You have obtained the participant's item, Shining Stars. A mysterious voice rang out, announcing the death of the man in camouflage. At the same time, Thalor couldn't help but laugh aloud, finally getting something decent. Shining Stars, a flashbang grenade custom-made with meteorite dust, releasing a dazzling starlight upon explosion that ignores all defensive equipment. Crimson Flame Exploding Bomb, colorful clouds hiding the moon, and Shining Stars formed a set of throwing weapons corresponding to high-explosive grenades, smoke grenades, and flashbangs respectively. Thalor hadn't bought Shining Stars at the time for 2 reasons. First, he hadn't had enough skull coins. Second, it was the most expensive of the 3. Crimson Flame Exploding Bomb and colorful clouds hiding the moon cost only 3 silver skull coins each, and buying them together netted a discount. Shining Stars, however, cost 15 silver skull coins, the premium justified by its ability to ignore the effects of any equipment. Simply put, as long as you were within the affected area, even protective gear was rendered ineffective. You would inevitably be blinded. At most, the effect varied by distance and facing, but it never failed completely. Thalor was very satisfied with this trophy. Upon opening it, he found the Shining Stars also had 10 compartments, 4 already used. He was thankful it was nighttime, making it difficult for the other party to pinpoint his location. Otherwise, if that thing had been thrown at him, temporarily blinding him, a barrage of gunfire might have riddled him with bullets. He carefully put away the Shining Stars and, without further delay, continued running toward the supply crate. About 15 minutes later, he arrived at a small square in the center of the city. In the middle, a black supply box lay there, a red signal light flashing continuously. 40 or 50 zombies wandered around it. Was I the first one to arrive? He glanced at the crate, then pulled out the silver thorn and went on alert. Because he wasn't the first, the reason was simple. A corpse lay on top of the supply crate, shot through the back of the head, then fallen onto it. Someone had arrived first and tried to take the supplies but had been shot and killed. Thalor looked around, convinced people were lurking, probably more than one. However, no one dared to move. Anyone approaching the crate would immediately be attacked by others. Moreover, getting close wasn't easy with dozens of zombies roaming around. As for how the dead man had avoided attracting them, he may have used an item from the death train, or perhaps the gunshot that killed him had drawn the horde. In short, a stalemate. Thalor leaned against the alley shadows, closing his eyes in contemplation. A prolonged stalemate benefited no one. The longer it lasted, the more people would arrive, and the competition would only intensify. However, he definitely wouldn't rush out and try to steal the crates. Judging by the situation, the first to move would be cannon fodder. Perhaps someone rushing out would trigger action and break the deadlock, but that first mover would inevitably become the victim. He had no noble intention of sacrificing himself for others. Or, he muttered, pulling out the crimson flame exploding bomb, "We might as well just blow up the supply crates." His bottom line: if he couldn't get the Star of Finland, he absolutely wouldn't let anyone else have it either. Destroying the crates wasn't out of the question, but the real fear was failing to destroy them. Since they were Death Train products, they weren't necessarily ordinary metal boxes. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the other side of the square and slowly approached. A woman, tall, slender, wearing hot pants and a sweatshirt, hat and mask obscuring her face, walked step by step toward the box. Thaler exclaimed in surprise, "Are there really people who aren't afraid of death?" He didn't move, and neither did the others. All watched, waiting to see what she was up to. If she were truly an idiot, she couldn't handle the surrounding horde anyway. No need for him to intervene. If she had tricks up her sleeve, it wasn't too late to steal the supplies once she got close. He licked his lips. In any case, someone breaking the deadlock was a good thing. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She kept her hands in her hoodie pockets, seemingly with no intention of attacking, simply approaching the horde. Then she entered it. The zombies immediately noticed and staggered toward her, but in that instant one that rushed her suddenly stopped, tilted its head, and its head inexplicably fell off. Thalor's pupils contracted as he stared. He hadn't seen how she moved, no one had. She continued forward, as if invisible blades surrounded her. One zombie after another rushed in, one after another heads were ripped off, no obstacles ahead. She still had her hands in her pockets, dealing with them as if it were easy, and it did look easy. Thaler remained in the alley shadows, took out the silver thorn, and unlocked it. She was already very close to the supply box. Although 20-odd zombies remained, it was clear they couldn't stop her advance. Then, it was time to start grabbing. A hint of ferocity and savagery flashed across his face as he waited for the show to begin, because there were people even less patient than him. She reached the crate. Zombies closing from both sides. Pointless. They were no match. Besides, the horde had already dispersed. With the box in hand, she'd leave them behind. At this moment, she kicked the corpse off the crate and reached for it. Then, a man climbed onto a wooden house roof, face fierce. He raised a rifle, aimed at her, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Piercing gunshots rang out. Bullets struck her back continuously, bright red blood blooming profusely, startlingly vivid against the dark night. She collapsed and couldn't get up. The woman walked into the horde of zombies as if strolling through a garden. She must have been a formidable opponent, yet she was shot dead just like that. No, something was deeply wrong. Thalor found it strange, but the others did not care. The zombie horde dispersed and people moved. The supply crates sat right there. If they did not grab them now, when would they? Many rushed out, not toward the crates, but toward the man on the roof. If they wanted the supplies, they had to kill him first. Otherwise, what stopped him from opening fire again once they reached the boxes? At that moment, the gunman on the rooftop sneered, a hint of ferocity and evil curling his mouth. Suddenly the building's windows opened, and a man set up a machine gun on the sill. Others emerged from the alleys on both sides. The gunman was not alone. He had companions, a group of 4 hidden around the building. A rapid series of thuds erupted as gunfire shattered the dark night. Quite a few people had been lying in wait. Faced with the barrage, the rest would not sit and die. They immediately raised their own weapons and returned fire. Firearms were the best weapons in the early stages. Quickest to boost combat power, cheapest to acquire. That was why they had endured the Death Train station platform twice. People could not afford expensive gear, but a few ordinary firearms were within reach. A gunfight broke out, chaotic and absolute. Thaler remained hidden in the alley, unmoving. He had a feeling something was off about the woman, a bad premonition. The first exchange lasted 4 or 5 minutes. The 4 who fired first were capable. They did not shoot simultaneously but took turns, 2 firing while 2 reloaded, maintaining constant firepower. Then a dark figure darted onto the roof, moving like a ghost toward the gunman who had shot the woman. Without a sound, he appeared behind the sniper and struck, driving a dagger into his back. The gunman's eyes narrowed, his finger involuntarily loosened. The gunfire ceased and he swayed as he turned. He met a flashing blade. A soft puff cut the night as silver light streaked like a shooting star. The gunman clutched his neck, unable to stem the blood gushing between his fingers, then toppled from the roof, tumbling to the ground below. The body's impact drew his companion's attention. The man's face twisted in rage as he opened fire on the rooftop. The dark figure chuckled disdainfully, flipped backward, and jumped off the roof as if he had never been there. The others seized the chance, advancing onto the square while firing at the remaining three. The gunfight intensified. Suddenly, Thaler spotted a familiar figure. She came from carriage 7, his carriage, a short, plump girl, young, probably not yet 20. Darian was covered in glass bottles. Her belly jiggled as she walked, the bottles clinking softly against each other. She reached the square's edge, silently pulled a bottle free, and lit the white cloth stopper. Flame caught. She hurled the bottle hard. It shattered on the square and burst into fire. Molotov cocktails. Darian threw them with glee, and within moments the square was ablaze. The gunfight paused. Everyone had emptied their magazines with no time to reload, so they closed in for a chaotic melee. At that moment, a dark figure darted into the square, leaped over the flames, and while the rest were locked in combat, rushed the supply crates. The same figure who had scaled the roof earlier. He reached the crate, intending to shove aside the woman's corpse and take it. But in that instant, the woman's eyes snapped open. A small knife slipped from her sleeve. She sat up abruptly and drove the blade backhanded into the man's abdomen. In the next breath, she wrenched the crate open, ignored the food and water, seized the star of the Finland gun case, and bolted for the square's exit. She had faked her death. "Stop that woman," someone shouted. Thaler watched patiently from the alley, then rolled his neck and murmured, "Finally, my turn." He immediately threw shining stars into the square. The aluminum strip landed and erupted in incandescent light. Screams rang out as vision bleached white. As the flash faded, sight turned pitch black, tears streaming from temporarily blinded eyes. When the flashbang effect finally ended and he opened his eyes, all he saw was a hazy grey fog, nothing beyond 2 meters. He had followed shining stars with a metal strip called colorful clouds hiding the moon. Curses erupted. Who did this? Isn't this helping that woman escape? Run! They could not. Thaler was already chasing her. The woman was incredibly fast, almost unbelievably so, weaving through streets like a night wind. Yet Thaler kept pace. This was beyond ordinary human speed. He was certain she had taken performance-enhancing drugs. Otherwise, no normal person could move like that. Even world-class sprinters might not match her. Coincidentally, Thaler had also taken plenty of enhancers, which was why he could stay on her tail. "It's haunting me." The chase covered half a kilometer before the woman finally cursed. She pulled a small pistol from her coat and wheeled to fire. A gunshot cracked. Thaler rolled sideways, drawing Silverthorn in the same motion, and fired back. Silverthorn kept spitting fire, bullets stitching the air, and the woman ducked behind a building. Thaler fired as he closed on her hiding place, but just as he reached the alley entrance, she appeared with a wooden plank and hurled it at him. He raised an arm to block, and the moment he batted the board aside, she slammed into him hard. A sharp pain flared in his wrist, and Silverthorn clattered from his grasp. He reacted instantly. The instant the gun was knocked away, he grabbed her collar and threw her over his shoulder. She twisted in midair, somersaulted, and landed steadily on her feet. He raised an eyebrow. That wasn't a move an ordinary person could make. The woman before him was just as extraordinary as Brielle. But so what? In the apocalypse, survival was the only rule. Those who lived were capable in some way, and even if they weren't, the environment forced them to become so. He knew he would face tough opponents in the death carriage battles, so what? He would just take them down. He darted forward, driving a powerful straight punch. She crossed her arms to block, but the force drove her back several involuntary steps. He sneered. "Don't think that just because you're a woman, I'll hold back." The words barely left his mouth before he lunged again, sweeping a leg low. Heavy impact. She raised an arm to block, but she was no match for him in strength. Her guard was smashed aside, and his follow-up kick caught her in the waist and ribs. Her face contorted. She staggered back 2 steps. His own expression darkened. He glanced down at his calf, a tear in his pants, as if cut by something sharp, blood seeping through. His eyes hardened, injured. He was not afraid. The problem was he had no idea how he had been injured. She had only blocked, made no offensive move, yet he had been cut. He recalled her wading into the zombie horde. She had not seemed to attack at all, yet every zombie fell headless. He would have to be careful, move slowly. Let's try again, he thought, crouching low, then exploding forward like a cheetah. She dodged nimbly, but in that instant he used snakebite, a low shout, a sudden change. His left hand snapped toward her throat. In that heartbeat she seemed to hallucinate. His arm became a purple-scaled viper, mouth wide, fangs bared before she could react. His fingers closed on her neck. He smiled. The venomous snakebite had its prey. It would not let go until the prey died. A little more force, his 225-kilogram grip strength could snap her neck easily. Then pain flared in his arm. He released her instantly and stepped back. A 1-inch wound had appeared on his forearm. Inexplicable. He looked up, wondering how she had done it. A prop from the death train. That would explain the impossible. But props of that caliber cost a fortune. Where had she gotten so many skeleton coins? Shouts erupted from the street behind him. He frowned. Others had caught up. At that moment she moved sideways, pulled a Star of Finland gun case from the alley and said, "You want this, don't you?" He held out a hand. "Give it to me and I'll let you go." She tossed it. "Here you go." The instant the case left her hand, she turned and ran, vanishing into the alley and fleeing into the distance. He snatched the case from the air. With Star of Finland secured, killing her did not matter. Whether he killed her or not was not important. Getting the rifle was what mattered. "Stop! Hand over the items." Voices behind him. 4 or 5 people closing fast. Without a word he shrugged off the Black Hawk compound bow, knocked an explosive arrow and loosed, not at them, but at the ground. The arrow struck at an angle, and a deafening roar followed as a massive fireball erupted, mushrooming black smoke into the sky. Flames spread horizontally across the street, a wall of fire blocking pursuit. He sneered, drew shining stars and muttered, "Let's play the blind man again." He yanked the aluminum strip free and hurled it forward with force. It arced over the flames, hit the ground and detonated in blinding white light. Screams and curses rose from behind the fire. "My eyes, damn it, my eyes, damn it, I'm blind again." He smiled, grabbed the Star of Finland case, and sprinted, disappearing at the street's end. He did not know how long he ran. Only after confirming no one followed did he duck into a wooden house and open the case. The next moment he froze. Then he cursed, stood, and kicked the case across the floor. It was not empty. The sniper rifle lay disassembled in its foam cutouts, assembled. It would be Star of Finland. But the magazine well in the case was hollow. The magazine was gone. "You bitch, don't let me see you again." What use was a sniper rifle without a magazine? All that trouble in the middle of the night just to reclaim a piece of junk. Fury burned hot, but what gnawed worse was that he had been tricked thoroughly, completely fooled. After a moment he calmed, sliding down the wall to sit. The battle for the supply crates seemed to have no final winner yet. The woman taking the magazine was of little use to her, and his rifle without one was even less useful to him. Thaler relented helplessly. "Fine, at least that woman is smart." The matter was settled, anger changed nothing. He could only accept it. As he had said, she was smart. Her final choice matched his own. If she could not have it, she would not let anyone else have it either. Best to avoid sniper rifles in this battle. After calming down, the result seemed not too bad. It was the worst outcome he could accept. Losing her rifle did not guarantee he would become prey, but he would not gamble on that possibility. The threat of long-range sniping was simply too great. Meanwhile, dawn broke after the battle for the supply crates. He leaned against the wall, treating his wounds while dozing. 3 hours later, the mysterious voice sounded again, announcing 3 more dead. He was not among them. His luck held. The voice announced the current count. The death toll is 17 and the current number is 111. 128 participants in the death carriage battle. Unsurprising. In his previous life, the count always fell between 100 and 120. Compared to his memories, this battle took place 1 or 2 death train station platforms earlier. Normally at least 10 train cars participated. This time there were only 5. With fewer people in the carriages, the total passenger count was naturally harder to control. 8 extra passengers was normal. The number also suggested the quality of humans in carriage 7 was low. With 5 carriages participating, the average of 128 was 25.6, while carriage 7 held fewer than 20. The mortality rate in carriage 7, one of the first 2 death train station platforms, was much higher than in other carriages, which meant its people were less capable. However, if you calculate it this way, there might be more than 30 people in the carriages, he frowned. Why would a carriage with more than 30 people participate in the death carriage battle? Is it necessary to merge them? The battle existed to merge carriages with too few passengers. Starting it on platform 3 was already strange. Carriages with more than 30 passengers participating was even more illogical. He did not dwell on it. The battle had begun and could not be stopped. The death toll of 17 surprised him. Only about 15 hours since the death train arrived, yet 17 dead. The mortality rate was high. In his previous life he remembered only 3 to 5 dying each day until later, when the area shrank and combat intensified. Closer reflection tied the rate to him. He had apparently killed 8, more than a third of the total. A high first-day mortality rate might not be bad. The higher the rate, the faster the battle ended, which did not seem bad for survivors. After hearing the toll, he stood and murmured, "I should go find corpse flower." He packed, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left the cabin. Corpse flower was a mutated plant zombie arising during a zombie virus infection, causing plants to become infected with a very high degree of mutation. Most plant zombies were rated around silver 1 star at worst, but corpse flower should be gold 1 star. He was currently only silver 3 star, a dangerous gap. The difference was not just star level but a leap of tier. The gap between silver and gold, yet he had absolute confidence. Even mutated, corpse flower was still a plant. What were plants afraid of? Flames. He had a crimson flame exploding bomb, a burning arrow and an explosive arrow. He was 100% confident he could take it down. He also harbored a glimmer of hope. Its seeds and the mutated plant virus. The corpse flower seed greatly enhanced combat power. The mutated plant virus was even more useful. On the death train it sold for 5 gold skull coins. 5 coins might not seem like much, but they were gold skull coins. All mutated zombie viruses were valuable. Mutated plant viruses were considered low-priced. Those with more than 100 pieces were far more valuable. In his previous life, he obtained the X potion, a mutated virus worth 700 gold skull coins. With that money you could change a person's future on the death train. Then he died. Because of those 700 gold skull coins, those who had once called him brothers and were considered his companions betrayed him one by one, turning swords against him. He never intended to keep it all. He planned to sell it and distribute the proceeds to improve everyone's strength. I hope those guys can live a good life in this life too. His gaze hardened. Then I will kill you one by one. If he obtained the mutated plant virus this time, he had no intention of selling it. The virus had another terrifying function, cultivating plant zombies for one's own use. With luck, one could cultivate zombie plants that could grow extremely terrifying. All of this depended on finding corpse flower and obtaining the virus. He remembered the location clearly, deep in the cherry blossom forest on the city outskirts. The forest was easy to find. The vast expanse of pink was unmistakable. The moment he entered, every cell in his body went on alert. He heard the sound. Battle. Gunshots, heavy blows and shouts mingled. The answer was clear. A fight in the forest, and judging by the sounds, quite a few people were involved. He slowed and quietly entered the cherry blossom forest. Soon he saw the battle. 7 humans total, 3 corpses on the ground. Clearly a team of 10. He did not recognize their faces. They must have been from other carriages. The 10 humans fought a mutated zombie queen bee. Thalor used it for the creature rather than she. The thing was massive, 2.5 meters tall with a 3.5 meter wingspan, hovering 2 meters off the ground. People shouted and kept shooting. Firearms were the primary weapons now. When personal strength fell short, guns were undeniably the most useful. But Thalor saw clearly that the bullets had only limited effect. The queen bee carried a metallic mutation that made its body extremely tough. She didn't think these people were unaware, just afraid to try other methods. She spotted several weaknesses. First, its eyes, huge as copper bells but poorly protected. Second, its back. A spine-like protrusion of unknown origin that triggered a violent reaction when struck. Third, the stinger. The creature continuously fired its stinger, then regrew a new one in 3 to 5 seconds. Shooting the tail during those intervals should cause serious damage. The eyes were an obvious weakness, impossible to miss. That was exactly why Thalor said they didn't dare. Hitting those eyes from 10 meters away, even at that size, wasn't easy against a moving target. The obvious solution was to get close, but that increased the chance of being hit. The 3 corpses on the ground explained why the rest held back. Thaler hid at a distance, plotting. In her opinion, these guys were dead men walking. No match for the queen bee. We still need to exploit their weaknesses and take it down, she thought. Silverthorn's out of the question. My marksmanship isn't that good, and a bow would be difficult. As she considered, another mournful cry rang out. The queen bee spat green venom. An unlucky man rolled to dodge, but the moment he stood, the stinger caught him in the chest with a dull thud. Flesh tore. Blood poured. His pupils widened with resentment. But resentment changed nothing. He died. "Retreat," someone shouted. "Ignore it. Let's go." Thaler smiled knowingly. She wasn't stupid, unwilling to risk her life. Retreat was the best option, otherwise, overwhelming numbers might have brought the creature down. The survivors fled, the queen bee pursuing relentlessly, and Thaler followed silently behind. The chase lasted several hundred meters before the queen bee gave up. It flapped back, landed on a corpse, and began devouring it, mandibles working as it sucked blood into its body. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the air and struck the creature's back. The air scorched. Flame erupted on impact. The queen bee shrieked, thrashing in pain, stingers firing wildly and snapping several cherry trees in half. Thaler seized the chance, circling wide. When she reached the front, she drew and knocked another arrow. Puff! It arced through the sky and struck the queen bee's forehead. Boom! A fireball burst. The explosion threw the creature back, rolling across the ground. But moments later it shook itself upright. The explosive arrow hadn't done much damage. Thaler had aimed for the eye, guessing a direct hit there would be devastating, even fatal. She'd missed slightly. She slung the Black Hawk compound bow back, drew Silverthorn and closed the distance. The explosion hadn't killed it, but the force was significant. Most importantly, the blast left the queen bee dazed, letting Thaler approach easily. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots as she advanced. Demon-breaking bullets trailed black smoke and struck home. Each impact exploded, tearing fist-sized chunks of flesh. The earlier gunfire hadn't scratched the thing. This was progress. The queen bee recovered from its dizziness and spat venom at Thaler. She flipped and rolled. The creature flapped after her, huge forelegs slamming down. Bang! The ground shattered, spiderweb cracks radiating outward. Thaler scrambled up and watched the mutated zombie queen bee's forelegs strike again. He thrust out his left hand, activating Snakebite. His arm seemed to transform into a venomous snake. Snapping forward to seize the creature's foreleg with a sudden surge of strength, he snapped the limb clean off. Having lost a forelimb, the queen went berserk, slamming her massive body down as if to crush him. He reacted instantly after landing the attack. He leaped backward, creating distance just as her bulk crashed into the earth. Before she could rise, he sprinted and vaulted onto her back. "Time to end this," he roared, drawing his Alaska harpoon and driving it deep into her eye. With a wet shunk, dark green blood geysered out, splattering the ground. The queen made no sound, only thrashing violently before lunging forward. Heavy impacts shook the air as she rampaged, toppling cherry blossom trees before finally flinging him away. He hit the ground, rolled to gain distance, and sprang up. He unslung the Black Hawk compound bow, knocked 3 arrows, and fired in rapid succession. No real aim needed at 6 or 7 meters against a target that size. The first, a burning arrow, missed her remaining eye and struck her neck instead, igniting her. The flames at least slowed her charge. An explosive arrow followed, detonating in a massive fireball that blasted her backward and sent cherry blossom petals swirling like pink snow. She slammed into the dirt, and his third arrow was already flying. A piercing arrow punched through her wing and pinned it to the earth. She beat her wings futilely, tearing the membrane further, grounded for good. This is really over. He closed the distance, raised the silver thorn at her other eye and squeezed the trigger. A demon-breaking bullet trailed black smoke into the socket and detonated inside her skull. Her head shattered like a melon, spraying pale green, foul-smelling blood across the blossoms. A system voice chimed, "You have killed the mutated zombie queen bee. Total, 1. Apocalypse reward, queen bee sting. You have killed the mutated zombie queen bee. Total, 1. Apocalypse reward, queen bee blood. The sting was just under a meter long, not metallic but harder than ordinary steel with a razor tip. Combined with other materials, it would make a formidable short blade. The blood was less valuable, useful only for low-grade poisons or selling to the dining car, but loot was loot. He found a container, drained the blood, then set to work with the Alaska harpoon, carving the sting free. "Hey, kid!" Shouts erupted behind him. The group that had fled earlier had returned. One pointed accusingly. "You stole our prey! Yours?" Thalor turned, mockery curling his lip. Would a hunter abandon his quarry and run like a dog? The man bristled, but a companion restrained him. The second man addressed Thalor. "I see you're harvesting something. Hand it over, and we'll call it even." "On what grounds?" "First discovery. We lost 4 brothers to it. Consider this your chance. Be grateful. Don't force our hand." The man's hand drifted to his pistol. "It seems you know nothing," Thalor sighed. "You couldn't kill her." "I did. Do you know what that means?" He leaped backward, hurling the metal bar. Colorful clouds hiding the moon forward. Thick smoke hissed out, followed by blind gunfire from the group. Thalor sneered, tossed a crimson flame exploding bomb into the cloud. The blast erupted with screams. A charred corpse flew out, missing an arm and leg, caught at the epicenter. The others fared little better. He donned the Veilwood spectacles and charged into the smoke. 2 red silhouettes flickered, 2 dead already. He closed on the nearest, silver scimitar flashing. A wet sound, and the blade buried itself in the man's back. "Let me tell you what it means." Thalor's voice cut through the haze. "If I can kill the queen bee, I can wipe the lot of you out." Thalor drew his knife and slashed the first man's neck, blood spurting as the body dropped. He didn't pause. The pistol came up, barking twice, and the second red figure trembled before collapsing. Wind rushed him from behind. He spun to find a burly man swinging an entrenching tool at his skull. Thalor leaped clear. The tool hammered the ground where he had stood. The instant he landed, he swept a kick into the big man's waist, then drove a second into his chest before balance could return. The man went down hard. Thalor stood over him, pistol leveled. "Say goodbye to this world." 2 rounds punched through the chest, finding the heart. "There's one left." Thalor tilted his head, sneering. He bent, launched himself forward, silver scimitar singing. Metal rang against metal as the last figure drew a military knife, catching the blade mid-lunge. "Not all of you are useless," Thalor said, arm muscles corded with pressure. The man didn't answer. There was no breath for banter. So strong, the man thought. No match for this power. Thalor released the bind, lifting the scimitar. The opponent gasped, lungs burning. Then a boot blurred across his vision, fast enough to leave after-images. The kick caught him square, staggering him back 3 steps. Thalor didn't let up. He lunged, driving a knee into the man's chest before he could recover. A dull thud. The opponent felt his sternum shatter, splinters tearing through organs. He coughed violently, blood staining his clothes crimson. Thalor planted a foot on the ruined chest. Although it's not bad, it's still far from good. The pistol cracked. The head vanished. A disembodied voice announced the kill. Participant eliminated. Total, 9 reward. Radio wave exploration device. Another kill. Total, 10 reward. C4 explosive pack. Another 11 M16 automatic rifle. Another 12 G36 assault rifle. Another 13 entrenching tool. Another 14 dose of adrenaline. 6 kills in a row. 14 total, a good haul. The radio wave exploration device emitted special frequencies across a circular radius of 200 meters, pinpointing every living thing and zombie. 6 charges remained out of 10. Adrenaline, once injected, boosted all physical attributes by 1.5 times for 15 minutes, followed by 12 hours of weakness. Attributes halved. Both were Death Train merchandise. The device was a consumable superversion of Veilwood spectacles, vastly greater range, detecting more than motion, but permanent gear won on cost-effectiveness. Adrenaline never expired. Its potency scaled with the user's condition, stronger body, stronger effect useful forever, but the single-use limit and brutal crash demanded caution. The C4, M16, G36, and entrenching tool were scavenged, not Death Train issue. The C4 was valuable. He needed a rifle to replace the one lost in the sewers. The M16 was legendary, the G36 obscure, unheard of. He took the M16. The entrenching tool folded light into his pack, emergency weapon if nothing else. He left the G-36. A true bounty. "Watch out behind you!" The shout snapped Thalor around. Smoke coiled along the ground, a vortex rising. A figure in black, masked, erupted from it, dagger flashing. Wet impact. The blade punched through Thalor's shoulder, blood spraying. It had aimed for the back, the heart. The shout had turned him just enough. He didn't hesitate. His boot drove into the attacker's chest, sending him flying. Thalor retreated, silverthorn drawn, trigger squeezed. Gunfire cracked through the air, but the target moved faster than anticipation allowed, circling in a blur that made aiming impossible. Then a bottle arced from the distance and struck the man squarely. Glass shattered. A wall of flame erupted, cutting off the enemy's path. Thalor glanced sideways and saw Darian sprinting from the same carriage, bandoliers of Molotov cocktails still strapped across his chest. With the opponent pinned by fire, Thalor seized the opening. He vaulted the flames and drove a flying kick into the man's chest, staggering him backward. The instant his boots touched ground, he surged forward again, closing the distance. A straight punch aimed at the face met a raised forearm. In the same breath, a black dagger lunged for Thalor's heart. He did not flinch. His left arm shot out, snakebite coiling like the deadliest viper around the attacker's wrist. "Smash it!" Thalor said. Bones snapped. The man screamed, sweat beading across his forehead. Thalor had crushed the dominant wrist with a single strike, halving the man's combat ability in an instant. Mercy was not in his nature. He pressed the advantage, raining punches until another opening appeared. Snakebite struck again, this time clamping onto the throat. With a grip strength of 225 kilograms, he lifted the man off his feet. The face turned bluish-purple. Thalor squeezed harder. He wanted the man dead. Anyone who tried to kill him would pay with their own life. On a low hill beyond the cherry blossom forest, a man whose skin was nearly transparent lowered his binoculars. "Myrith has failed." The woman beside him asked, "Should we save him?" "They can't be saved. We retreat and find another opening. We were careless sending only Myrith. That boy is more skilled than we anticipated." She licked her lips, eyes bright. "He's not easy, but he must die. You know what we gain by killing him?" The pale man nodded. "My guess is the death carriage battle was triggered early because of him, to create an opportunity for us. We have to succeed. Why not just kill them all now? Don't be impulsive. Life comes only once." He shook his head. "Discover what other tricks he holds before you move." Myrith was useless. He didn't even force the boy to reveal much. "That left hand is unusual." "Yes, watch the left hand. But I don't believe it's his only trick." He nodded. "Recall Bowen and Aldrich. Tell them to stop the ambush. We withdraw." Thalor frowned at the corpse at his feet. He crouched and pulled away the mask. A man in his early 20s stared back, features delicate and almost handsome, marred only by triangular eyes that gave his face a sly, unsettling cast. "Who exactly are you?" Thalor murmured. "Why is this happening?" Confusion knotted his thoughts. The man was dead, yet the mysterious voice had not spoken. His kill count had not risen. No reward had appeared. He reached for the dagger. The confusion sharpened into surprise. The weapon identified itself. Black Star Fang, prototype Strider D9 Saber, total length 32.2 centimeters, blade length 19.8 centimeters, thickness 6.5 millimeters, blade material S30 volts, hardness 60 to 62 HRC. No sheath handle wrapped in paracord. Special effect: when a target is injured, a tearing effect triggers, causing the wound to bleed continuously for 30 minutes, ignoring all healing methods. A military knife rivaling the Alaska harpoon, undoubtedly forged on the death train. Yet he probably could not claim it properly by the train's rules. Any target, zombie or human, yields its items only when the mysterious voice approves. Obtain carried a precise meaning. Without the voice's prompt, one could still loot a corpse and use what was found. A tactical belt taken from a waist could be worn and used. But the train would not accept it for sale in the dining car. Likewise, train-produced gear like the Black Star Fang could be picked up and wielded, but its special effect would vanish, reducing it to an ordinary Strider D9. It could not be exchanged for skull coins either. In short, without the voice's approval, looted equipment functioned but held no trade value, and all train-crafted items lost their unique properties. Early on, corpse looting remained worthwhile. Even mundane items served a purpose. But as one survived more platforms and purchased better gear, those ordinary items became obsolete. Thalor's own Alaska harpoon, stripped of its lifesteal effect, would be merely a slightly sharper short dagger, yet that lifesteal was among his most vital tools. That was the true weight of obtaining from the voice. He had just stripped the Black Star fang from the corpse. No mysterious voice had spoken. Yet the special effect remained active, not reduced to a common blade. What did that mean? A voice cut through the fog in his ears. Darian had sprinted to his side, face tight with concern. "Are you all right? Why are you acting like this?" Thalor blinked, the daze receding. He slipped the Black Star fang back into its sheath and met the boy's gaze. "Thank you." If Darian hadn't shouted a warning from behind, the blade would have found his heart. The attacker hadn't been playing, meant to kill, clean and instant. Darian scratched his head, embarrassed. "It's nothing. This is no small matter for me." Thalor considered. "I don't like owing favors. If you need something, anything I can get, name it and we're even, or..." He drew the fang again, holding it out. "Would you like this?" He had the Alaska harpoon now, so the fang was surplus. Superior in hardness and edge, yes, but the harpoon carried the effect that mattered. Immunity to the zombie virus on contact, that outweighed raw steel. No. Darian waved both hands. "I don't use knives, I use bombs." Thalor nodded. He remembered the boy boarding the death train draped in bottles and jars, homemade ordnance, every piece. Most who arrived strong came from soldiering or fighting backgrounds. Darian's edge was chemistry, a special talent for turning household items into explosives. "Then if there's anything you want, anything I can help with, just say the word. I'll repay the debt." "Perfect timing, you can repay it now. I watched you fight and came looking for you specifically." "What do you need?" "How about we team up?" Thalor frowned instantly. "I don't team up. I don't trust others, and I don't need them trusting me." Darian rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "You refuse. Yes, I don't need companions. I survive on my own." The boy mulled that over. "What if it's limited to this death carriage battle?" "What do you mean?" "I cleared the first 2 death train station platform missions alone. But for this battle, I think I need companions because often, humans are more terrifying than zombies." "Is it scary?" Thalor murmured the thought, then laughed. He agreed. Human nature could be far worse than any infected, and human madness had no bottom. So a temporary cooperative relationship, only for this death carriage battle, not a permanent team? "Yes, I don't need your trust because it's just temporary collaboration. Besides, I don't see myself as a burden. We're joining forces to survive." Even temporary, Thalor disliked it. No guarantee that when the count dropped to 26, the boy wouldn't plant a knife in his back to make it 25. But after a moment's calculation, he nodded. "All right, consider the favor repaid." He weighed their strengths. Darian could craft explosives but lacked other tools. Thalor would stay vigilant, deny any opening for a sneak attack. Second, the boy was genuinely capable, not someone hiding behind a protector. Third, the debt was real, and Thalor never left accounts unsettled. Darian grinned and thrust out a hand. "Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Darian Grimwood." Thalor offered a dry smile. "That name, it's not bad." The boy rolled his eyes. "Come on, that's so corny. What's yours?" "Thalor Aelthar, mouth 10 leaves, instantaneous char." They exchanged the rest in quick strokes. Since they were partnered, skills came next, and Darian proved no joke. 15 years old. Should have been in high school. But before the apocalypse, he'd already been a university student, a gifted youth in a prestigious program. Chemistry and mathematics, awards stacking up. "Even if you give me a bar of soap, I can turn it into a bomb." Thalor produced a crimson flame exploding bomb. "Can you make this?" "No. That's not possible." He chuckled. "So much for bragging, it's just a bomb. You can buy them directly on the death train." "What if I use materials bought on the train to make a bomb?" Thalor paused. The implication landed. If Darian had the raw components, could he replicate train-grade ordnance or improve on it? He shrugged. "But do you have the materials?" "Not now, but I believe they'll come, provided we survive." "That last part's the key. So what's your plan?" "You asked me to team up, so you've thought it through." "Yes, I'll build a base, ring it with mines and bomb traps. Confident no one breaches it. Then I hold until the remaining 25 are safe. But there's a problem." "What problem?" I need materials for bombs and landmines, so I need a helper to gather them. You're a good choice, strong, fully capable of collecting what I need. I see, solid plan. Bitterness crept into Darian's voice. Carriage 7 is split into 2 teams right now. I joined one before, but those guys are idiots. They don't believe me, won't risk moving around to help me collect. They'll all die sooner or later. Refusing to listen is the same as giving up their chance to live. Thalor laughed. But I only said the plan was good. I didn't say I'd do it. Darian choked on his words. You don't believe in my abilities either? No, I believe in your abilities, Thalor said. If you can really create a dense minefield, we can survive to the end with 100% certainty, because the key isn't how powerful your minds are, it's the deterrent effect. Darian brightened. Yes, you're much smarter than those idiots. No minefield is truly invincible. Persistent exploration will always find a safe route. The question is how many people die before that route is found. Is it worth sacrificing several times their number to kill Thalor and Darian? Who else would risk their life probing for mines? That is deterrence. If Darian could actually create a minefield, Thalor believed anyone with a brain would give up on killing the 2 of them. But I still disagree, Thalor said. Because if I follow your plan, I have to give up my own. What's your plan? Destroy Corpse Flower. Darian was taken aback. 3 missions issued by Death Train. You want to directly obtain a survival spot? Thalor nodded. Do you know where the Corpse Flower is? Isn't that a matter of course? The prerequisite for killing Corpse Flower is finding Corpse Flower. Darian frowned. But even if we team up, we'll only get 1 survival spot after killing Corpse Flower. Thalor wasn't concerned about the survival quota. His main goal was the Corpse Flower seeds and mutated plant virus. Since there was no survival quota, he was confident he would survive to the end, but he couldn't give up the chance to kill Corpse Flower to Darian. No one could guarantee Darian would hand over the loot afterward. Thalor considered. I can help you kill Ghostface General. Darian's eyes widened. You even know where Ghostface General is? Thalor smiled and nodded. How about this? I take you to see Ghostface General first to confirm I know the guy's whereabouts. Then we hunt Corpse Flower, then Ghostface General. Could we hunt Ghostface General first? No, forget it. That's a stupid suggestion. Darian wasn't stupid. He could fight for a survival spot. If he killed Ghostface General first, he'd become everyone's target unless he abandoned Thalor and immediately returned to the Death Train. But would Thalor let him leave? Obviously not. Following Thalor to hunt Ghostface General and then Corpse Flower would be like a fat fish wandering aimlessly on a lake. Everyone wants to eat it, and it's dangerous. Thinking it through, Darian actually admired Thalor a little. If Thalor hunted Corpse Flower first and then Ghostface General, he'd become the fat fish, unless Thalor planned to use Darian to help kill Corpse Flower and then go straight back to the Death Train. But Darian wouldn't be happy then. So would he be able to keep Thalor by that point? He didn't want to work for nothing and end up benefiting Thalor. Thalor wasn't in a hurry. He waited for Darian's choice. There were pros and cons, and no perfect choice. After a long pause, Darian smiled wryly. If I stick to my plan, will you terminate the cooperation? Yes, Thalor said bluntly. Your plan is good, but I want more. Darian's plan was sound, though the claim of surviving to the end was an exaggeration. They could choose a house, set up a minefield around it, and normally no one could get close. But if someone had something long-range and powerful, a rocket launcher, a missile, they could blow up the house and kill them both from a distance. The problem was, who had such a thing right now? There was nowhere to find it. It might be sold on Death Train, but the price would be beyond what most people could afford. Still, while Darian's plan was prudent, it meant withdrawing from battle with no further opportunities to grow stronger. Thalor was unwilling to accept that. He hoped to seize every opportunity to continuously become stronger so he could survive better. As he'd said, he wanted more. Darian seemed to reach a decision. He patted his chest. Then I'll trust you this once and follow your plan. Now, what should we do? I was originally going to hunt Corpse Flower, but since you've joined, let's change the plan for now. I need you to make more Molotov cocktails and bombs. Fire has an excellent effect on Corpse Flower. No problem, Darian said. As long as I have the materials, I can make as much as you need. Then let's go back to the city to find materials first, and I'll also take you to see Ghostface General. Although Thalor was confident dealing with Corpse Flower alone, Darian's methods would be a super weapon against it. He was willing to postpone the hunt. Darian pointed to the corpses. Let's collect the bullets first. They can be used to make bombs. Thalor wasn't interested in collecting bullets, he couldn't use them. The demon-breaking bullets and silver bullets used by Silverthorn were specially made and could only be purchased from Death Train. Ordinary bullets simply didn't match, but since Darien needed them, Thaler didn't waste time and started searching. As he rummaged, Thaler asked, "Besides bullets, what other materials do you need? Ammonium nitrate, hydrogen peroxide, aluminum paste, anything will do." Thaler's face darkened. "Speak like a human being." "I'm speaking human language." Darien shrugged helplessly. "Okay, these things can be found in many places: fertilizers, paints, pigments, coatings, oxidants, nitrous oxide, disinfectants, pesticides." Thaler pondered. "I think I know where to find it." Darien's eyes lit up. "Really? Are you sure?" Darien had thrived in Night City and City of Amnesia because these things were easy to find. But Sakura City appeared to be a retro Japanese-style capital with no supermarkets. Food was hard to find, let alone these materials. That frustration was why he'd sought to team up with others. "I'm sure," Thaler said. "Just come with me." He stuffed the bullets back into his backpack and left Cherry Blossom Forest with Darien, heading back toward the city. On the way, the mysterious voice sounded again. "The area is now under lockdown. The 3 streets in the south of the city will be inaccessible. Anyone staying in this area, please evacuate immediately. Supply crates will be deployed soon. There are 3 supply crates in total. Each crate contains 2 kilograms of food, 5 liters of fresh water, and a bulletproof vest." Because of time constraints, the areas in Sakura City where people could move were restricted. But aside from those trapped in the lockdown zones, no one seemed to care much. Sakura City was large enough that temporarily losing 1 or 2 districts hardly mattered, and supply crates had started dropping again regardless. Thaler had no intention of getting involved this time. Body armor was just protective gear, no great loss if someone else took it, and the 3 crates had landed far from where he and Darien walked. "Actually, even if you have a bulletproof vest, it's useless," Darien said. "It can't stop your sniper rifle bullets." "I don't have a sniper rifle." Darien stopped short, surprised. "Didn't you succeed last night?" His mood soured. He gritted his teeth. "A bitch took the bullets and magazines." Darien stared for a moment, then burst out laughing. Thaler's jaw tightened. "What's so funny? You think she can build her own sniper rifle just because she got the ammunition? The gun body is still with me." No, I wasn't laughing at you." Darien waved a hand, still smiling. "Where are we going now?" "Just follow me." As he spoke, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger, blowing a zombie's head apart. Darien nodded. "Let's go then." She fell in step behind him, eyes flicking over him constantly. She'd seen him last night, though not up close, only that he'd walked away with a gun case. Then in Cherry Blossom Forest, she'd watched from a distance as he killed the mutated zombie queen bee and 6 others that tried to scavenge the kill. Those 2 things told her he was strong, which was why she'd suggested teaming up. But the first condition didn't seem to hold anymore. His sniper rifle was just for show, and that disappointed her. Since that was the case, she'd watch him more closely and see what he was really capable of. Perhaps because everyone was busy fighting over supply crates, they searched nearly half of Sakura City without seeing another living soul, only zombies, and kept drawing closer to the ancient city tower at the center. "Come on, follow me," Thaler said. "This way." The Japanese-style castle tower sat on a stone base that rose into a triangular structure with overlapping pointed roofs. Carved patterns decorated the eaves, and ornaments hung from the corners. It was exquisite, but not grand. Thaler thought the pavilions and towers of wealthy families in ancient China had been far more imposing than this so-called city gate. After scaling the wall, he showed no interest in going inside. Instead, he led Darien along the outer rampart, picking their way sideways. The wall was less than half a meter wide, and for someone of her build, crossing it was a genuine ordeal. "Boss!" Darien's voice strained. She finally dropped to her hands and knees, crawling along the top. "Where are you taking me?" Thaler handed her a scope he'd taken from Star of Finland. "We're here, see for yourself." She took it, and looked where he pointed. A square training ground stretched below, packed so densely with zombies it could drive anyone with obsessive-compulsive disorder mad. In the innermost part, there are several ballistae, Thaler said. Next to them stands a zombie fully clad in golden armor. That's Ghostface General. Darien lowered the scope. "You climbed the wall just to show me this. Couldn't you have gotten closer?" He shook his head. "You think the mission from Death Train is easy. That training ground isn't simple to enter or leave. You'd have to clear a lot of zombies just to get near." We'll talk about that later. Shouldn't we go find the materials to make bombs right now? Yes. Follow me. It's inside this city gate tower. He led her along the wall a while longer, then dropped into the courtyard. Inside, he found a torch in the corridor, lit it, and after passing through the passage, began descending the stairs. Darian watched, dumbfounded. He moved through the place as if it were his own home. Even if he'd explored here before, he shouldn't know it this well. We've arrived, he said, leading her down into the underground beneath the gate where a large door blocked the way. Where exactly is this? Darian asked. Props warehouse. Props warehouse. You think you've really traveled back to ancient times? Sakura City is a film studio used for shooting movies and TV series. Her surprise deepened. You know that too? While they talked, he'd already pried the lock open with the black star fang and shoved the door wide. At that instant, a dark shape lunged out, Crawler. It snapped its jaws at his throat. He twisted his head aside, the creature's skull cracking against the floor. Snakebite. Without a word, his left hand shot out like a striking serpent, clamping around its neck. The crawler thrashed, whimpering, its scarlet tongue lashing out like an arrow aimed at his face. He dodged again, the tongue punched a fist-sized hole in the wall behind him. Darian pulled a bomb. Pry its mouth open and I'll drop this in. No need. A sharp click rang out as he squeezed, snapping the crawler's neck and twisting its head sideways. A system notification chimed. You have killed Crawler, total number 5. Darian stared as he tossed the corpse aside like trash. Are you a pervert? You just crushed it to death? Thalar offered a piece of advice as he pushed the door open. Don't just play with bombs. Improving your physical fitness will serve you better. He stepped inside and froze. Zombies, more than 20 of them, packed the entrance to the prop warehouse, a dense wall of rotting flesh. How they had gotten in was anyone's guess. Darian tossed a dark sphere. Have a safe journey. The ball struck the floor and detonated with a sharp crack. No fire, only a storm of shrapnel radiating outward. Metal fragments punched through skulls, and in the space of a heartbeat, a third of the horde collapsed. Darian laughed. Anyway, the bomb's still somewhat useful. Thalor chuckled, then drew his silver scimitar. The blade flashed, severing a neck. He surged forward like a tiger among sheep, moving fast, the scimitar a blur as heads fell around him. A zombie dog launched itself from the pack. Thalor twisted at the waist, dropped to a knee, and slid beneath the beast. Mid-slade, he drew his pistol and put several rounds into its skull, blowing it apart. The entrance cleared. Thalor produced a radio wave device, a gadget the size of a cell phone, usable handheld, or dropped and set it on the floor. It pinged, then displayed targets on its screen. Half a minute later, 1 green dot and 3 red dots appeared. The green dot marked Thalor and the user of the red. One was Darian, the other 2 were self-evident. Thalor tensed, slipping back into combat readiness. The warehouse had lights, but only a few burned, leaving long stretches of shadow. He held out a hand. Pass me the torch. Darian obliged. Thalor lit it and hurled it toward a red dot. A sizzle, a piercing scream, and a dark shape lunged from the darkness. It landed as another zombie dog, enormous, 1.5 meters at the shoulder, limbs thick with power. Then its head split, cracking down to the neck. Inside the gape sat a ring of needle teeth, and at the center a worm-like head, eyeless, noseless, earless, only a crescent mouth. Thalor raised an eyebrow.
A fission hound.
Fission hound, silver 3-star, swift, average strength, high vitality. Only the parasite head at the center could kill it. Mutated dogs were a special class. Fleas carrying the virus infested the host, parasitizing it until the body split, the form now before them. Strictly speaking, the true creature was the insect head nested inside the split body. Thalor frowned. This one won't be easy. Don't be fooled by the exposed parasite. It could retract in an instant, making a clean shot nearly impossible. For that reason, mutated zombies had long been considered among the most troublesome low-end variants. The hound paced, barked and pounced. Its speed was brutal. Even with Thalor's enhanced body, tracking and evading was a struggle. Since evasion wasn't an option, he didn't evade. He drove a straight punch at the parasite. The split jaws snapped shut, threatening to crush his arm. His pupils contracted. He opened his fist mid-strike. Snake bite. He seized the left side of the hound's head and hurled it. The beast slammed into the wall, shattering masonry fell, shook itself, and charged again. Thalor stayed calm, retreating while drawing his pistol. Shots rang out. The split head snapped shut. Demon-breaking bullets shattered bone. But the creature didn't flinch. Thalor narrowed his eyes. Fish and hounds were difficult, not impossible. For most, devising a kill method was the challenge, but he carried memories of a previous life, and he knew exactly how. As the beast closed, he dropped into a half squat. It leaped, he caught it, and they went down rolling, crashing into the far wall before the momentum died. He slammed his left arm into the hound's abdomen, snakebite. His hand became a venomous vise, tearing a chunk of flesh away. The parasite head lay exposed. This was the weakness. Since the parasite could retreat, you simply opened the host. The parasite had no offense or defense of its own. Once outside, it was helpless. Know the method, and the fish and hound was no great threat. Then Darian shouted, "Watch the side!" Thalor glanced sideways. A massive black shape loomed. He rolled without finishing the hound. A heavy impact thundered behind him, a giant hand pulverizing a section of floorboards. From the shadows, the figure emerged, humanoid, but crawling on all fours like a crawler. Its bones lay outside the flesh, where a normal body layered skin, muscle, then bone. This thing wore its skeleton on the outside, skin and flesh draped over it like a second suit. Thalor pushed himself up, licked his lips, and said, "The remaining red dot is the skull demon." He recalled the bone demon's profile. A silver 5-star crawler variant with average speed and strength, strong defense, tongue and bone spike attacks. As a silver 5-star mutated zombie, it would not be easy at silver 3-star, but backing down was not an option. They would fight. "Hold off the bone demon, I'll kill the dog first." Darian nodded, dragging his heavy frame the opposite way. The demon roared, huge claws rising. Darian produced a flat metal disc and threw it. It snapped onto the creature's body and detonated. The blast was weak, damage minimal, but the impact staggered the thing. Darian grabbed a Molotov, lit the cloth, and hurled it. Glass shattered, flames erupted. The bone demon roared, then charged Darian. Thalor halted, torn. He had only wanted Darian to hold them back. Instead, his companion engaged directly. "Don't worry about me, I can handle it." Thalor didn't hesitate. He charged the fish and hound. Easy enough once you knew the method, not even worthy of silver 3-star, and he had already gashed its abdomen. Still, the creature was fierce. Zombies do not know retreat. The hound lunged. Thalor drew his silver scimitar and slashed. Wet sound, half the head severed. He kicked it down. It tried to roll. He would not allow it. To reach the abdomen, he needed it belly up. He lunged, knocked it down again, raised the blade, and drove it home. Muffled thud as flesh tore. The scimitar pinned the hound, preventing it from turning. The parasite's head remained untouched. His left arm shot out. Snake bite, he thrust his hand into the split abdomen, seized the parasite's head, and yanked. Die, 225 kilograms of grip strength crushed it. Bright red blood and milky white fluid splattered the ground. You killed a fish and hound, total number 1, Apocalypse reward, Parasitic Virus Agent, 1st edition. A mysterious voice rang out, no time to listen. He turned and ran toward the bone demon. Darian was holding his own. Beyond homemade bombs, he had clearly traded on the death train. His round body bounced off the demon, hit the ground and rose again as if nothing had happened. Thalor closed from behind, leaped, and landed on the demon's back. The bone plating, harder than ordinary steel, impervious to ordinary weapons and low-end death train gear, was its strongest defense. But Thalor knew how to hurt it, strike through the bone into the flesh. He raised the scimitar for the head. The demon bucked, trying to throw him. Thalor clung by the neck. The blade went wide, sinking into the back. Wet sound. Muffled thud. The demon roared, a jet of blood spraying Thalor's face. It thrashed like a mad dog, but could not dislodge him. Then Thalor felt small bumps rising along the demon's spine. His pupils contracted. He flipped off. Wet thuds followed in quick succession. The demon's back split open, 3 half-meter bone spurs erupted. Had he stayed, his heart would have been pierced. Darian had slipped to the demon's flank and rolled a Coke can beneath it. Explosion. Flames lifted the body half a meter before it crashed down, fire dying. The creature's hide charred, flesh peeled, but no serious damage. Darian cursed, amazed at its resilience. How come they didn't die from that? Explosions won't work. The bones protect it, regenerate fast, heal fast, unless you throw a bomb directly into its mouth. Darian grabbed another can and tossed it. Then pop it into your mouth. The can flew straight into the maw. Naive. If it were that easy, Thalor would have killed it long ago with his own crimson flame exploding bomb. The demon's blood-red maw gaped. A scarlet tongue, crawler-like, shot out, piercing the can mid-air. Explosion. Fireball. Airwaves blasted outward, scattering warehouse props. Thalor dragged his knife toward Darian and said, "I'll subdue him, then you figure out a way to throw the bomb into his mouth." She threw a Molotov cocktail, creating a wall of fire to block the bone demon's view, then ran to the side and promised, "I'll seize the opportunity." By then he had already reached the monster's flank, wielding the silver scimitar and slashing repeatedly to draw its attention. The creature shook its body, and bone spikes erupted from its side, stabbing toward him. Thalor dropped low and lay flat. Even so, the spurs grazed his right arm, leaving a wound. He disregarded the pain and thrust the silver scimitar forward, piercing through a gap in the bones into its body. The bone demon roared, sensing the injury, then swung violently, slamming into him and sending him flying across the ground. Thalor grimaced, but his physical fitness had improved to over 5 points, an inhuman level, and his ability to withstand blows had increased significantly. The impact was almost like being hit by a car traveling 40 miles per hour, yet apart from some pain he wasn't seriously injured. He sprang up and pounced again. The bone demon twisted, its mouth snapping open as that scarlet tongue shot out once more. Thalor's eyes lit up. He sidestepped the tongue while lunging forward. Snake bite. His left hand clamped onto the tongue, and he yanked out the Alaska harpoon, stabbing it deep. "Right now!" he shouted. Darian sprinted to the front, shoved a Coke can into the creature's mouth, and bolted back. "Lie down!" Both lunged forward, crashing to the ground. A deafening bang erupted behind them, followed by a burst of fire that surged upward, crashed against the ceiling, and spread outward. Darian collapsed, panting. "Finally killed him." Thalor stayed vigilant. "Did you hear that voice?" She froze. "Oh no, there's no sound. This guy's still alive." Before she could finish, the bone demon's tongue lashed out again, wrapping around her body and dragging her backward. She clawed frantically at the floor. The monster emerged from the fire step by step, its body mangled and bloodied, half its left side gone. It couldn't walk, only drag and writhe. "Help! Help me!" she cried. "Help me!" Thalor remained eerily calm. He drew the Black Hawk compound bow, knocked the piercing arrow and released. The arrow hissed through the air, punching through the bone demon's forehead and out its back. The creature swayed and collapsed with a thud, truly motionless this time. A system notification announced, "You have killed the bone demon. Total number 1. Apocalypse reward, mutant crystal spine." Thalor's eyes lit up. If killing it yielded anything, bone was the obvious drop, but mutated bone was a lucky break. The difference was exactly 1 currency unit. Regular bone sold for copper skull coins, mutated ones for silver. Just then Darian shouted, "Hey, put out the fire, help put out the fire." The warehouse was wooden and the bombs risked serious consequences. Flames licked everywhere, left unattended. The prop warehouse would burn. Fortunately, this wasn't a real ancient city. Steel plates sandwiched between the wood slowed the spread. Thalor jumped up, and together with her extinguished the flames before approaching the corpse. The body was blown to pieces, gruesome, but the spine remained intact, faintly shimmering with crystalline quality. Darian ran up, shouted, "Great stuff!" showed no envy, and went straight to rummaging through the warehouse. She didn't know what the mutated material meant, and she wasn't interested anyway, only in things that could become bombs. Thalor carefully cut open the flesh, extracted the spine, scraped off the remnants, and stowed it in his backpack. Finished, he looked toward her, searching by torchlight in the distance. "Did you find anything?" "Yes," she said. "Quite a few usable items, but this city's mostly for period dramas, otherwise I'd have found more. This is enough. We're not in a hurry, we can hide here, unlikely anyone else will find this place. Take your time choosing, even make bombs here." She nodded. "Nice place, but the lighting's dim. There should be lights. This isn't a real ancient city, no torches needed. Besides, the warehouse isn't a filming set, it wouldn't be that detailed." As he spoke, he found the switch. The warehouse lit up. "Not bad, not bad." She nodded, glanced around, and pulled tools from her backpack. "We can stay here for now." Thalor asked curiously, "Why use an electronic scale for a bomb?" She rolled her eyes while disassembling bullets. Don't you think gunpowder needs precise calculation? You think you can just stuff it all into a Coke can? You should rest. You're not cut out for this. He nodded, went to the doorway to set up an electric shock trap, then sat a short distance away. How long until you're done? She thought a moment. Tomorrow's impossible. We'll go find corpse flour the day after tomorrow. Okay. Darian worked day and night, tinkering with his bombs, while Thalor enjoyed a brief respite. The continuous battles had added fresh wounds to his body, but he did not care. After passing a few more death train station platforms, he would see that every survivor was covered in scars. Those scars are the best proof that I am alive. Thalor treated his injuries and then settled in to rest. Although he had only shared a brief encounter with Darian and felt no particular attachment to him, Thalor remained vigilant. He chose a spot relatively far from Darian and near the door. A small thing, but it revealed his wariness. Human nature is the most unpredictable thing. Even someone who was once kind, after surviving the apocalypse and adapting to a law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak, after witnessing so much filth and ugliness, might become corrupted. Trust does not exist from the moment of his death in his previous life. Those two words had ceased to exist in Thalor's heart. Time passed. According to the rules of the death carriage, locations were announced several more times. Fortunately, Thalor and Darian were lucky, their positions were never called. Then there were the supply crates. He watched them closely. If Star of the Finland items reappeared, he would definitely try to seize them. However, aside from the first crate that had yielded Star of the Finland loot, the subsequent crates mainly contained armor and support items. Since they were not located close to the city walls, he lost interest in competing for them. The next day, a mysterious sound awakened Thalor. The death toll is 37 and the current number is 90. On the second day after entering the death carriage station, the death toll had risen by 20 to 37, the mortality rate still very high. 90 people remained at this rate. Thalor felt the death carriage battle would be over in less than a week. The realization pressed on him, time was running out. He did not consider mere survival a success. He still had his eye on the corpse flour and refused to let the battle end before he claimed it. At that moment, Darian, fiddling with something at his workbench, called out to question what exactly was the death train. Thalor asked what he meant. Darian said the death train was obviously not an ordinary train. There were all sorts of magical things on it that transported them to these places and forced them to complete tasks, especially the items sold on board. They were all like things from a story, things that could never exist in reality. Thalor chuckled. It was normal for Darian to have such doubts. In fact, everyone who boarded the death train experienced such surprises as they grew more familiar with it. Thalor remained calm because he had already lived through the astonishment in his previous life. So he did not answer Darian's question directly, but instead asked what would happen if there were no death train. Darian was taken aback. Thalor said that with his skills, Darian should be able to survive in a city, facing different zombies every day, searching for food and water. But what about a few years later? Everyone would be dead. No one would produce anything. There would be no new food. The water would be constantly polluted. No clean water left. And then he would die silently. After a moment of silence, Darian asked if this was the end of the world. Thalor said it was the end of the world. The death train might not be a good thing, but it had food and water. You could survive there. It was the only hope. Darian smiled wryly and said his question was pointless. The death train was the only option, was it not? Thalor said yes. So becoming stronger, fighting and surviving was their only way out. Darian said he really did not know what the point of living like this was. Thalor said cowards chose suicide. When you were desperate and lost the will to live, you could try it. Darian grinned and said he had an IQ of 165. He was a real genius, and more mature than Thalor thought. He told Thalor not to think of him as so fragile, and that he would definitely survive. Thalor smiled and told him to continue with his work, adding that he would go see if he could find something to eat. Thalor actually had enough food and fresh water, mainly from Night City. The city of Amnesia did not lack provisions, so reserves always existed. But simply sitting there watching Darian tinker was not very interesting. So he decided to wander around, even if it meant finding a few mutated zombies to kill. Who knew what good stuff he might get to take back to the death train and sell for skull coins? Darian said nonchalantly to go ahead. The city wall was so winding and the warehouse so remote that no one could really find this place. Besides, if they did find it, who knew who would kill whom? He told Thalor not to worry about him. Thalor nodded and left the prop warehouse. The interior of the city gate tower was spacious, with crisscrossing corridors and numerous side passages and rooms, but most were empty. The outer ring of the city gate, the courtyard, and the first floor area were the main locations where zombies roamed. These three areas had probably been the main filming locations, so many people had gathered there. After the apocalypse, those people had naturally become zombies. His destination was the courtyard, but as soon as he entered the first floor, his steps faltered and he went instantly alert. No zombies. He quietly drew the silver thorn from his waist. He clearly remembered quite a few zombies on the first floor. When he had entered the item warehouse, he had not cleared them. Instead, relying on memories from his previous life and his familiarity with the city wall's structure, he had bypassed the area where the zombies gathered. Now the zombies that should have been lurking in the passage were gone, replaced by corpses with their heads blown off or their necks twisted. The meaning was self-evident. Someone had been here. He pressed his back against the wall and began to crawl forward carefully, donning the Xingyao goggles. No red shadow appeared in the lenses. This seemed to mean the other party had left, but he did not lower his guard. The goggles covered only a fan-shaped area ahead, leaving many blind spots. He took small steps forward and reached the side of a room. He pushed the door open.